Whoa. All right, good afternoon to you. It's now just after noontime, and we are looking at some of the weather conditions going on across the country, where once again we have popped up into a mess across portions of southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi now, as everything travels a little bit further off to the north and to the east, and we've just got a mess. Looking at Brad Arnold right now, who is riding along. I think he's on the interstate there. 59 perhaps, as we've been watching him go up and down the area through the day today, and more in the way of travel, I'm sure, will be going on with all of the storm analysts during the day today. We'll be talking to Vince Walty here in just a little bit, as well as Brett Adair. They are all out and about, and will be giving us information as we move along into the next little while. So thank you so much for being with us here, and just, sort of continuing what we did for the last 3 days, which is following the weather, following everything that's going on here at the moment with all of the changing conditions across the region, and it looks like there's going to be more in the way of precipitation as we go through the day today into the early part of the day tomorrow. Also, that we will be looking at and trying to handle everything that comes our direction, comes our way. So we certainly have a lot to talk about when it comes to any one of these situations here as we move along. I want to show you the radar here currently, and just take a deep breath with me because it looks incredible. These are all tornado warnings that are ongoing here at the moment. All tornado warnings across the rest of this region, and that's because we have that many. It is a mess out there right now, and it is a continuation, again, of what we were sort of seeing in the hours past, and why nothing's going to go away really quickly here at all as we move through the next couple of hours and into the afternoon. I see almost 10 tornado warnings at the moment, and some of them headed into Hattiesburg, and I know we got quite a few people who are there into Hattiesburg, so really the only thing we can do here at the moment, I'll show you a video when I get it, but the only thing we can really do here at the moment is be watching what's happening in and around the area here. And that's what we'll do. Hold on for 1 second. And we'll get right into it. And we'll start down to the south here and move our way, make our way across the rest of the region. I want to show you, we got the time of the day there. We've got the actual image that you're seeing, and we'll go down to the south here first of all and take a look at what we got. This is into southern Louisiana, where we have a tornado warning here near the town of Donaldsonville. Where is that? Well, southern Louisiana, right there along I-10. So we're looking at these right now as they move their way to the northeast out of the New Orleans Weather Office. It's Ascension Parish. Ascension Parish, I think. St. James Parish, also Iberville Parish, southern sections of Iberville Parish, north central Assumption Parish in southern Louisiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Bellerose and moving north and east across this area. This is going to be a tough day today all across this region because each and every storm has the possibility to rotate. So many of them are. You can see all these rotations. There's Donaldsonville. This one is just south and west of Donaldsonville. We travel a little bit further to the north. We still have rotation here as well. They're not calling some of these, but there's rotation there. There's some rotation here. About every storm you go into has some kind of rotation going on. So it's very much going to be problematic through the day. Now over to Madison. You can see this is a tornado warning also. Three-quarter of an inch hail. St. Tammany and Tangipahoa. St. Tammany, Tangipahoa Parish, all underneath tornado warnings. Due to these moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour, located over Madisonville. That is a tornado-warned storm there that is just northwest of the actual radar site, so we're going to watch that one closely. Here's your next tornado warning. Right there it is. It's a tornado-warned storm. Again, we're looking, I think, here into Washington. Well, this would be Tangipahoa, Washington, and St. Tammany Parish, so it just includes Washington Parish there. That's what's really happened in the past few moments, is it does include a little parish northward. It's near Robert, moving northward and eastward across the region. Then you got this tornado. Here's a tornado just northwest of Roseland, right there, that's showing up pretty well in the radar imagery. Radar indicated this is going to be for St. Helena and Tangipahoa Parish. St. Helena and Tangipahoa Parish underneath a tornado warning. Just to the northwest of Bogalusa, we got another tornado at the moment. This is a tornado warned storm north and west of Bogalusa, which is near Angie, and this is showing us again where the likelihood of a tornado is going to be in the northern part of Washington County. It's also Walthall and Pearl River County. So it's Washington Parish. These are counties in the Mississippi, all underneath tornado warnings near Bogalusa. That storm is moving northeastward. Just got tons of rotation in all of these storms showing up across this region. Now coming into Hattiesburg from the southwestern side. That is a possible tornado right there trying to come in on I-59. Here very shortly, the same is a possible tornado south and west of Columbia. This is going to be a rotating storm along Highway 98. That expires in an hour. It's going to be Jefferson Davis County, Lamar County, and also Marion counties into central Mississippi, south central Mississippi from the Jackson office. Severe thunderstorm warning with a storm near Kokomo, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. That is a tornado warning just north of there. Yet another one. Goes for the next 54 minutes into Simpson, Covington, and Jefferson Davis County. Simpson, Covington, Jefferson Davis County, you're underneath tornado warnings there. Near Prentice, 15 miles to the south of Panola, and headed on northward in that direction too. We'll go up to the DGX. That is the Jackson radar, which shows you strong spin. This is likely going to be a large tornado trying to form. You still see there's a gap in between, but right in here, I think we had tornado genesis beginning to take place. Another area right there as well. This is along Highway 15, County 15, about to cross over I-20 very shortly. But the counties involved here are Jasper, Newton counties till 1 o'clock with a storm near Roberts that'll be moving on out. And then other storms of note, we don't have any too far to the north, but all the tornado warnings have lined up here. Some of the reports over in New Iberia, we had, this is Iberia, not county, but parish, where a medical center in New Iberia sustained some damage. Just now getting some new information from that. Debris detected on the radar showing the same tornado probably out of Iberia there, just south and west of there. Off to the north, this is at 9:30 this morning. Picture of a tornado in the field just west of Louisiana 29. That's one of those stronger storms that was out there a little bit earlier. But if you look at it, and let me just take some of the data down. What can I use here? I can take down... I don't have one product I can take out of here that has nothing on it. But you can see the extent of the tornado warnings. I mean, they're kind of like piled up here. If you look at the list, it's St. Helena, Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany Parish, Pearl River, Mississippi. These are counties. Washington Parish, Louisiana. Assumption. We got St. James and Iberville. Also Tangipahoa there, St. Tammany, Washington. Jefferson Davis County into Mississippi. It is an active afternoon. And if you did not know it, this lies within the area now that has a moderate risk for strong to severe thunderstorms to take place. A moderate risk was issued not that long ago from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. They were talking about this early in the day today, but they went ahead and pulled the trigger on this. And so now you got this moderate risk that's hanging tough here into the area. That includes Hattiesburg, New Orleans. That includes Mobile, Alabama, and up to Meridian and beyond. It's an enhanced risk that goes all the way over to Destin, Fort Walton Beach, and Panama City. And then it's slight as far to the north as Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So we're very likely to have some of those storms travel further to the north as we go through time. And will only aid and abet the whole situation as we move on through the period. So a lot of stuff is going on here into the short term that's going to keep us on our heels through the remainder of the day today, into the evening hours, and maybe even beyond. We'll look at the modeling here shortly, but I can tell you right now, the modeling, the story about that is that it's, you know, it's kind of on it at the moment, but it's actually being, by the time you go to it, the radar has already corrected itself. This is Brad Arnold. Brad is up and down the road there. He is in the area that is just off to the south, I guess, of Bogalusa. Let me see if I can find him again on the actual site here. He's going to be right on 55. This is Interstate 55. He is traveling southward on 55. He's got 73 degrees currently in his vehicle, traveling southward at a pretty good pace overall. So we'll be watching out for him as he makes his way on to the south. He's headed into the cluster of storms, if you will, showing up in this area. Here is Brad right there. There's his face near McComb, Mississippi, and he is headed southward. It's going to be in these thunderstorms and possible tornadoes as we move along through the rest of this afternoon. He'll be in that very shortly. Then off to the north, we've got Vince. Vince is over here just to the west of Hattiesburg. We've been watching his movement through the day. Today, he's got inside of his...
Yeah, the extended warranty people usually only call me on weekends. During the weeks, it's almost always health insurance scams. Folks, I'm going to say this and take this seriously. There are literally tornado warnings everywhere in southern Mississippi. If you or you know anybody in southern Mississippi, tell them to do a couple of things. Number one, share this stream with them so that they realize the seriousness of the event. Number two, tell them they need to have their weather radio, whatever. Number three, get the Radar Omega app. It's $9, but it's worth it because that'll give them peace of mind because they can act.
From his vehicle, let's see if we've got anything at the moment. He might... Let's see. Don't have him just yet, but we'll be getting him.
Even the nationwide coverage that we do, you're not going to beat the local meteorologists because they know the local streets. They know the people that live there. They know the families. They know the nicknames for the landmarks and everything.
Like this. Thank you. I don't know that until somebody tells me, and I apologize. So again, riding along with Vince there in his vehicle. He's decked out with Radar Omega stuff, by the way. Vince is a Radar Omega participant, so as he rides along there, looks like, again, he is riding on Summerall on 42, excuse me. He's on Highway 42 there near Summerall, and definitely what we'll be watching there as we go through the next little while is his direction that he is moving in, and see exactly where he is headed. Give me one sec. Tangipahoa. Let's see. Okay. It's going to be one of those days where everybody's having to pay special attention to what's happening with all the other vehicles around you as well. It's just kind of that situation that's taking place for everybody here at the moment. Not sure why Brad's parked at the Market Max, but he's waiting on something, I'm sure. All right, so that's where we are at the moment with basically where we stand as far as our watches and warnings go. They're just so numerous out here. You can see them behind me. You can see them no matter where you look. There are quite a few areas here that we'll be watching throughout the remainder of this afternoon to keep you up to date on basically everything that is happening. Some of the stronger storms that we've been looking at, too, have been producing off and on high winds, maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour from time to time. Those have been quite strong throughout the period, and no reason why we get rid of those just yet. So we'll be keeping those into the forecast period here all the way through the rest of the day today and maybe even beyond. Now, we know we had big storms. Brett caught another big storm last night. This is one of his that he had. Vince is losing his deal there.
I did it. See it?
Oh, wow.
That was a good shot.
Tallulah, I believe.
I don't know if it's down, man. Man!
Oh, guys. I hate that.
There it is, right over the tree line there. Keep going, keep going. You got debris, you gotta pull him straight out there.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, a
Big wall cloud.
Some of the video from like last night. Very heavy rain, torrential rains falling
It's just east of us.
You know, you saw his drone video yesterday. This was very near the eastern side, if you will, of Louisiana, where we had the funnel that was taking place. But the crazier thing was seeing the debris coming in from the sky when this happened during the day yesterday, too. So there was actually a piece of plywood, perhaps, or a door that finally came down. Just to, you know, we talk about this. There, see it right there? There was debris way away from wherever we thought that the tornado was at that point. And so kind of looking at the fact there that a lot of that was going to be the case with some of our debris signatures that just kept showing up. Tornado warning continuing for Bassfield, Mississippi. It's Goss, Mississippi, and Morgantown, Mississippi. You're underneath the tornado warning there, folks. If you didn't know it, it's true. It's happening, and there's going to be more where that one came from. Still have more on the way here across all of this area, actually. But look at how numerous these tornado warnings are. We have so many of them in place here at the moment. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. That one is 1. I know it looks like 2. 5, 6, 7, 8 separate tornadoes out of 9 warnings. 2 of the warnings are the same for the same storm. So it's very busy here at the moment. They're all coming up on a line that has to do with the dew point. They are all rotating very well. In fact, there's more rotations here than just what you see. We'll go to the LIX radar and take a look. And there are a lot of rotations here that are really showing up just a little bit more. And pretty much cut Brett's audio. Brett don't have any audio, first of all, but I'm sorry about these. I don't know about them until I get till I start talking. Maybe you mean Brad? Let's see, Brad's audio. VLC source. It says nada. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know there was audio on any of those videos. Again, my apologies. I'm not picking up any of that. So thank you for that. I really appreciate you telling me kindly. Yeah, there have been some confirmed tornadoes in a lot of different places already through the day today. Several of them. We just went through a few of them here over to New Iberia, Opelousas, then off to the north. But the confirmations are coming in pretty quickly now for all of these areas, and still no reason why we get rid of those anytime really soon. Let's see, we still don't have, we kind of got Vince here. Let's see if we get him back, if this begins to fill in some. This is Vince Walty and his camera there, and he has some data that goes with it. Now we're getting back into the areas where it's very difficult to get information, at least get it and hold on to it. Let's do this for just a moment. I'll put this into motion for you, too. And give me 1 sec to set a few things up. I probably came on the air before I should have here, before I got stuff ready. So my apologies for that, folks. What else do I have? We could do this. Let's see about this. So if you're just, if you're kind of just wondering about what the Severe Storms Prediction Center is saying out of Norman, Oklahoma, here's what they got to say. The tornado threat is increasing into the afternoon. Replacement watch will be needed by 1 p.m., 19Z, and the new watch may include the PDS wording, particularly dangerous situation. So might actually be in this area. You know, for me, it's kind of hard to say that any tornado is not particularly dangerous. So the limit there, what does it take to make the situation dangerous? I think one is, if it hit you, wouldn't you say it's a particularly dangerous situation? And here's some of the wording. Tornado threat is increasing across southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. The threat is going to persist all afternoon. So there'll be a new watch issued at 19Z. We'll get into that shortly. The regional radar imagery has shown an increase in shower activity over the past hour within the warm sector. Kind of expected 1,500 joules per kilogram. Strong wind fields are also in place. Now, we got numerous reports of 50-knot winds in between 1,000 kilometers and 2,000 kilometers. 2 kilometers, Mesoanalysis estimates effective bulk shear. Recent Jackson radar shows many of these showers are already rotating. I mean, many of them are rotating. We've seen that up and down the line for a while now. I'm going to go ahead and get the tornado watch turned on so that when it comes across, we'll see it. And there it is. Is this the new watch? No, this is not the new watch. There'll be a new watch. This one expires in 37 minutes. So there will be a new watch issued. This is where the old watch is at the moment, which goes all the way down to Lake Charles and back to the west. But there'll be a new watch in a few moments. They say by 19Z. So in about 36 minutes, we'll see that new watch popping on into the area. And certainly be looking at that. Some of the storm reports that we've been talking about through the day today, well, we've had them off and on, especially from last night on. Let's just look at some of those. Actually, if you want to, we'll look at some of them that were reported yesterday and through the night. There were 18 tornado reports yesterday into northern Louisiana, particularly right on the Texas-Louisiana line, and then several back into southern Mississippi reported. There was one around Hattiesburg as well that was already reported. But right now we got Tarrant, Texas, 3 counties, 3 times in Tarrant County. I don't know if it's 3 separate, but 5 injured there at one point. Harrison, Texas, Caddo Parish there in Louisiana, Union, Madison in Louisiana, and Mississippi it was Warren. And also, let's see, Issaquena, Mississippi, Issaquena County, Adams County into Mississippi. That happened at 9:55 last evening, all the way up until almost midnight. Copi in Mississippi County and Jones County. Branches, trees were down into the area. And I know a lot of people are having trouble even getting information out of there, so there's got to be quite a few power outages. There were 2 fatalities from the I guess it's going to be Keachai. Their mobile homes, 2 fatalities now being reported. I thought it was 3, so they did sort of ask Caddo Parish there on that side where those were at. Now, the latest that we've had during the day today, we've got 6 tornado warnings, tornado reports actually reported into central Mississippi along I-55. And also right there into southern Louisiana. Mobile homes damaged off of Rock Road in Jackson. This is per the Jackson folks there to Madison County. Rankin County, poultry houses destroyed in an open field with a likely tornado. This was, again, not that long ago. This is, we're on Zulu, it looks like here. So 1655, that would have been 10:55. So the medical center in New Iberia is saying some damage there. Debris detected on the radar in Iberia. Evangeline Parish in Louisiana, that was near Ville Platte. So 6 of them so far are being reported. No hail reports. We had super large hail during the day yesterday that we were watching. That was also a trigger point there. And kind of what was going on there for the latter part of the day anyway. Brett is efforting live streaming. Brett has some super duper technical problems with his vehicle at the moment. But yeah, he's going to try to get on. I talked to him this morning a couple of times. So we'll be efforting speaking to him. Trying to look to see here. I do see him at all, and at the moment I don't. Yeah, the video of the tornado was from last night. All right, so that's where we are with that. We got so many tornado warnings that are coming back into play here, so let's just get back to them. And I want to keep looking. Actually, here's what I should probably do is add them the video from both of them while they're riding down the road. Copy that. Let's see if that actually works. This is a mess. I mean, just look at all those warnings. Look at everything that's going on there. I mean, it's a cluster. Reflectivity is kind of the same. I keep thinking that new tornado watch is about to pop out, but it doesn't really look like that is going to be the case either. So don't exactly expect that. Let's see if Brad still has a signal here. Check in and see what he's got going on at the moment. Some of the other thunderstorms that we're looking at down to the south. He's once again riding, I think Brad, for the moment, is in Macomb, Mississippi. He's there on 24, 98, U.S. Highway 98, actually, is where he is. The storm that he was checking out there just literally broke up before getting to him. And let me just show you what I'm talking about. I mean, the storm literally just sort of split apart before getting to him right there. This storm. And watch this. I'll take it back. We'll go back 30 frames or so to take a look at what happened here. Overall, as the thing was moving northeastward, the thing that was rotating, which would have been right, there were 2 things rotating within this storm. And again, he's up here. This is Brad Arnold. He was right there. The one storm was in Tangipahoa, and then this one was almost out of the polygon. But watch what happens as I moved it forward. Well, now you can see the one that was down here in Tangipahoa has just about dissipated. So what's going to happen is it looks like these things are going to cycle fairly well. We're going to end up seeing cycling of these storms coming in and out and up and down. So that might be the case as we go into the next little while. Yes, there's a PDS watch that we're expecting here. Getting it, having it fill in, Josh, it's going to be the problem. So we'll get that on the air for you here just as quickly as we possibly can. What else have we got? We've got so much stuff we could be looking at. I guess we could look at the let's do this. So this is the new watch that did come in. I'm going to get rid of some of the... I'm going to just have to get rid of all the data here for a second so I can show you the watch. Well, I'll tell you what I could do. We go to the radar, but just take a single site and go northward. We go to the Dallas radar, and that clears this up for us. So here's our watch, the watch that we currently have in effect now. And this is going to go for a while through the night tonight, but this is what we were talking about. This is a PDS watch. There's 448 minutes left in it. Basically, it says this watch is going to go for a while, till 8 o'clock tonight, actually. Some of the counties involved here, Choctaw, Washington, and southwestern Alabama, those are the ones that are sitting there across the northern portions of the rest of that area that has to do with. So there's an 80% chance now, if you're looking at the tornado category, that's pretty high, of an EF2 to an EF5, somewhere in this whole mess is what it's basically saying. But if you look at it here, all of these areas are prone to have a large tornado. It goes all the way over to Alabama, almost all the way over to I-65, coming out of Montgomery, or I-20 that goes over there into western Alabama, and I think that's even going to include almost over to Autauga County. So it's right in that general area. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties that are underneath tornado warnings at the moment as well. So looks like that's pretty much what we're looking at as well. All of these storms that we're talking about are showing us how volatile the atmosphere is here at the moment across mainly this area. It's not small anymore. It's a large area that's being affected by everything that is happening. I mean, I could point out spin. You don't have to be a meteorologist to see the spin. There's spin right there. I can't believe that's not a warned situation. Look at all the lightning around that. Over to Ellisville, Laurel, into Mississippi, Laurel, Mississippi, and then down to the south. We got other thunderstorms here that we're looking at as well. And just tons of possibilities. Now, here's kind of why, stop that. Here's kind of why, and if we just look at some of the model data here, and we'll check out the HRRR because it updates by the hour. Let me see how many we've got here. We got 18 hours worth right there. Here's why this is all sort of beginning to happen, and it's because of this. Sorry, I just got some video in. I'm getting lots of video, but a lot of it is scud. Here's dew points. Look at these dew points across Mississippi. Now, this is like right up to the last hour, and these dew points are right there into the 70-degree range in Hattiesburg. Like 68 is our dew point in Hattiesburg. 67, but we got 60s. We got a threshold here that goes all the way up the spine of I-55, east and west over to Tupelo. So, in truth, anywhere within this region is volatile at this point. Anywhere up through here, the volatility is sky high. So, this whole region right here potentially is holding the availability to produce a tornado at about any point. And, that's kind of what we're watching now. If we look at the actual cape that's available here, it's telling us we have strong cape instability right here into this area as well. So we're still following that. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Instability right in this area here. The Cape tells us that we've got a lot of instability here, and then you've got those dew points. Let me go through them again to show you what I was talking about, but you couldn't see. These are 70-degree dew points. This is 70-degree isotherms, and this is the 60-degree isotherm area up in here. And typically 62, 63 is where I get really concerned about the probability of having strong to severe kind of thunderstorms or the atmosphere's floating. So kind of what I'm thinking there, and pretty much what I thought. Yeah, the New Iberia storm, that was 10:55. That was a couple of hours ago. We don't have a new storm there just yet, but a couple of hours ago we did point out that there was a tornado there. Another one, Opelousas, just off to the north there. But right now our tornado warnings go all the way up to Meridian, actually. 24 minutes on this. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Newton. It's moving northeast at about 35. A PDS in its own right, meaning it's a particularly dangerous situation right now. The Weather Service is concerned about this, and so are we. Let's just, while we have a moment here, let's just look and see what's expected with the movement of the storms through the day today with the modeling. And again, if you look, 1 o'clock, this is 2 o'clock. Right here's 2 o'clock into the afternoon. The cluster is still there near Hattiesburg, over to Meridian and beyond. There will be additional tornadoes, and then they'll probably start to show here into Alabama. This is about 3 o'clock into the afternoon, and then you'll have the instability shifting over here a little bit further, over into the northern sections of, northwestern sections of the Panhandle of Florida, Pensacola. Destin already have some water spout looking stuff that looks like it's going on there, but this is the area too that I would certainly watch for supercell thunderstorms, a little bit out from the line, generally speaking. Move that forward in time too, and you get the same thing. You get the big thunderstorms headed across the rest of South Alabama. And where do our dew points go? The dew point's going to remain high. Is that going to be the case here too? So follow the dew point, if you will. And the dew points are still high, all the way up into Birmingham, which may have a different effect than was first thought. There was reason to believe that it wouldn't get all the way up into Birmingham. Now I'm not so sure, because there is a spine of 65-degree dew points that goes right up I-65, actually, through that region and beyond. So definitely be looking at that. Now, the dew points do fall somewhat as you work your way over into the state of Georgia, but there's still a little bit more of a northerly component than we thought yesterday, than the modeling was showing yesterday, and still very juicy down to the south into the state of Florida, which will keep the potential there for quite a bit longer, keep the potential for the stronger storms to be in that region. So look for that to take place. Let's go back to the radar now, because we're just getting these warnings oh so swiftly to return back into the region. Right now we're looking at the radar out of LIX. It's going to be Slidell, Louisiana, where we have some of the stronger thunderstorms at the moment. I mean, they're just covering up the entire page here. If you go to the velocity data, it's probably better for us because it shows spin. And again, you don't have to be a med or a scientist to learn quickly what spin is on the radar site. This radar site is Slidell, Louisiana. And what I can tell you about it is that it's to the east of what you see. This is Slidell, so the radar originates from right about that circle right there. So what the radar beam is doing is sending out a microwave, and it is hitting a target. And then once it hits the target, it comes back to what is then a receiver getting the signal back. So it's transmitting, and in a nanosecond, it comes back to the receiver. Now, what's it doing? It's picking up two things. It's picking up a target, just a plain target, reflectivity, so it knows when it comes back how far away it is from the radar, and it plots it on the screen with a color. The other thing it does, Doppler radar does, is let you know about movement. And if the target is moving in a certain direction, it is smart enough and fast enough to let you know about that as well. So here's the thing. I don't know, should I take lightning down? So much stuff going on here. Lightning detection. If it wasn't in the last minute, I'm going to take it down just for clarity here, because I want you to see how many tornadoes are on this page. I mean, there's a bunch of them on this page, and some of them don't have warnings. This is a likely tornado trying to form just south of I-10. The radar's not lying, and it's not exaggerating. It is actually starting to spin there, so a tornado may be generated. Then down a little bit further to the north up here, near French Settlement, that is a continuation of a tornado warning. It's a little broader at this point. If I look at it, you see you got a gap in between the pixels, so it's not exactly pixel to pixel shear, but nonetheless, that is a tornado warning from the National Weather Service there for French Settlement, or about 10 miles to the northeast of Gonzales. And that is in effect for central Livingston Parish. That goes for 20 more minutes now in the area there. Then you move further to the north. Look, still have lots of spin, some of it not underneath a warning. Right there, 2 places not warned, but this one is, and I think this is probably going to be a decent size tornado on the ground. You see the winds around it are quite strong. Right now it's being a radar indicated tornado just to the west of Roseland. Arcola covers quite a few parishes here. It's going to be St. Helena and let's see, Northern Livingston and Tangipahoa parishes. You're underneath a tornado warning out of that storm moving northeastward. Look at all of them, folks. I mean, just look how many. Not warned. This one's warned. Not warned. Not warned, but spinning. I feel sorry for the folks at the Weather Service today because they get jumped on when they issue a warning and it didn't happen. So I hope they're just letting it rip today. I hope they're safe than sorry, and they're just letting them, if they even look like it, I hope they're letting it rip with the warnings. No pressure today, folks. This is, much rather be safe than sorry. There's a tornado warning now in effect for Hattiesburg. That's going to be from the Jackson office for Northern Forest and Lamar County. That includes Hattiesburg, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It is just about 13 miles to the south of there, so got to watch out for that. The next warning is up here a little bit further near Bassfield. We were watching this thing too. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Melba, 12 miles southwest of Collins, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. The next tornado warning that we get in, we're going to the Jackson radar now at this point and take a look at this stuff. Look at all the spinning. I mean, just tons of spinning. It doesn't take anything to spin, and it's all over the place here. The spinning is right there. But right now, for the moment, we're looking at a tornado warning near Quitman. This is going to be just to the west of 45, capable of producing a tornado near Sandersville. 11 miles to the northeast of Laurel. It's moving at about 35 miles per hour. More spin here. Check this out. Unbelievable looking stuff coming in. There's 2 situations here that look like they could be handling a tornado. I think this is the one that it's all being issued for, though, is down near Newton. And that's going to be a tornado warning there for just a little while longer. And should be. Spook, stay safe there, Almighty. Pretty much what we're looking at. Brian, I'm sorry, I'm actually not supposed to be looking at you at all, to be quite honest with you. Our moderators are, and I'm supposed to be doing this, so I apologize for that. Maybe we get more people, I can sit and monitor that. I do look up as often as I can, though, so apologize for that. But I'm trying to, we got like 10 tornado warnings here, so I'm trying to concentrate on those first, and then I'll get to questions as soon as I finish up going around the tornado warnings that are on the ground here at the moment. And this is a extremely dangerous tornado situation, confirmed large, extremely dangerous, 7 miles to the west of Meehan, 10 miles to the east of Newton, moving northeast at 30. It's a PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation that is occurring here. A damaging tornado is taking place because of this storm at the moment. So the Weather Service put that tag on there. They put that on there just, a little more oomph. Because, like, right now you got 11 tornado warnings. They put that tag on there just because they don't want you to get lulled to sleep by it's just another, tornado warning that may or may not be. It's definitely been cited, and it's definitely observed. You can see the observed tag on some of these. This one down in Lauderdale has an observed tag to it. So that's why they're saying that, and that's going to be out of this storm right here. Let's go to our other data here that says correlation coefficient would tell us that that is debris. Right here, this is some sort of debris. Radar says this is all rain. this is just the same object, so this is all rain, but it's this right here where this is called an anomaly, which is just the difference. And I know that because if I put this into motion just a little bit, watch that move. That is not in the same place when I go backward. It is a moving target, and sadly, it doesn't always. We saw yesterday, Brett had some video of some trees that were falling from the sky, but he also had some shingles that were falling. This is going to be larger than shingles. That's about 7 pixels wide, so we're talking about a quarter of a mile when it comes to that sort of situation. But it is definitely a debris. The signature is a debris signature. So near Tylertown over here, toward the other tornado warnings that we presently have, we got Brad. So let's take a look and see if we can find Brad here and his car cam. Maybe he's out and about, and we can still pick up his imaging here. We got sirens going off in and around Hattiesburg, by the way, and I think the Almighty Spook is pretty much looking at that. This is, again, right there on 98. I believe this is going to be Brad coming into Tylertown on the western side, so we're watching him very closely. He did well. He's got his armor all on his windshield there to keep the rain beating up, so he doesn't have to run his wipers all that long. I hope I got his audio down. But yeah, he is riding along on the roadway there. The spin he's trying to get closer to, at least be able to see, which is it's dry enough to be able to do so. The spin is on this western side. Let me just make sure I'm able to follow him close enough to see which direction that he's moving in the GPS if it updates here. I do see some things that I can't show you at the same time. I apologize. I know sometimes I'm talking about something, but it's not on the screen. And sometimes I don't put it on the screen because it isn't stable enough to just throw up there. But anyway, Brad is right there on US 98. That's a highly traveled roadway there, just to the south, if you will, of Kokomo. Kokomo was a place yesterday that we talked about quite a bit, having tornado warnings going off in and around that area. So we have been following him. We've also been following Vince. Let's see what Vince has here. Vince Walty has his camera out and about. We've been watching him through the day today, and once again, there he is. Vince is, where's Vince at the moment? He is up in a little bit further north. Vince is actually on this tornado. He's near Sumrall. Yeah, let me get back to the radar here. Vince is up here near Sumrall, right there. So he's trying to see this tornado, which is not that far away from him, from where his vehicle is. He would be looking in from the southeastern side of this. So I'll keep watching his video here on this side to make sure that what you see is the direction that he is moving in. But he's a good safe distance, and he's got a lot of dry air in between him and the likely tornado. And if this is a tornado, it is a large tornado. He has strong inbound and outbound, but especially I think we're looking at several, about 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour right there, and some of those pixels that we've been talking about, which at the moment is a straight line event there. But when you get them coming in from the other direction, it kind of gets a little bit eerie. Get rid of that, and just to show you all of the spin, all the rotation that is still out there, and just about every one of these single-cell supercell thunderstorms, you're getting a lot of rotation. So pretty much, what it is what it is there across most of that area. And we'll just be watching out for that. So looking at all that, at least into the short term, as far as what's happening, Brett just told me that I could say where he is. We were trying to, anyway, there's Brett. He's watching the weather. They're in that general area too, so been looking that area for a while now, and following all of that stuff into the short term. There's your strong inbound and outbound. Let me see if we can effort conversation with the dude. Try this. Let's leave that. Let's go out of that. Let's see if I can pick him back up here again. one sec. Phew. 13 tornado warnings now. Tornado warnings, radar indicated many of them. We've got 2 that are observed now in PDS situations here with hail an inch in size and diameter there in Lauderdale and Kemper County into Mississippi, the 2 that are large and dangerous. The other one is going to be a little bit further off to the west in Newton, Mississippi. That is a particularly large, dangerous tornado. You can see Brett's video here is kicking. You can pretty much see off into the distance what we're looking at there. I don't know if I didn't just see Vince drive by him. But off into the distance, you got the dark cloud cover there that's setting in. And does look like that's going to be the case here for just a little while longer. As some of the bigger thunderstorms will be running on through there, especially on the south side. Traffic seems to be traveling pretty well up and down that line, too. Know if there's any more video. What was that? My neighbor just sent me a note that said severe chance of mold. It's raining here again. My rain gauge got like a duck pooped in my rain gauge, so I can't tell. And the spout going into it, I don't know how much is falling, which is all right with me. I'm kind of happy with that. I'd rather not know, I think, at this point. Just tons of rain. Oh, I know what just happened. Give me one sec. Somebody switched their RTMP channel. Now I can fix this, I think. That's Brad. Let's see if this isn't Brett. Please be Brett. Yeah, that's Brett. Actually, it's not Brett. Unless it's coming in slow. Let's see if this might be Brett Adair. Yeah, that's Brett. Sorry, it took me a minute to get everything straightened out there as far as that goes, because I want to make sure I had everybody correct. And I'm going to go back. I'm going to build something. So if you don't mind watching the radar for just a few moments here. So many tornado warnings. My gosh. So many tornado warnings. Here they are again. The tornado warnings that we currently have that are in effect are for Livingston, Louisiana, tornado warning. Whitehall, Mississippi, tornado warning into Pike County as well. Newton County, that is an observed tornado, large dangerous tornado into Newton County. Also looking at Livingston, Tangipahoa Parish is into Louisiana. Washington Parish, looking at Walthall into Mississippi. And the other particularly dangerous situation at the moment is into Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Camper, Mississippi, where we have tornadoes that are suspected to and believed to be on the ground at the moment. As this all heads northeastward, I mean, just check it out. It's an absurd amount of tornado warnings here at the moment. Let me see what Brett's got, because I think he's close to being on this thing. He's got a very stout lowering, I think. Yeah, again, that's Brett's in Collins, Mississippi here at the moment. So what we're seeing is most of this stuff headed in that direction off to the east out of Collins. So I've been watching him pretty closely here. Hold on for 1 second. Continuation of the tornado warning there into Hattiesburg. So Brett is just north of there, by the way, in Collins, north of Hattiesburg a little bit. I'm watching Brandon Clement. I'm watching several others. Brad is in Let's go back for a second here, and we'll take a look at Brad. Brad Arnold is over there in Foxworth, Mississippi. Been watching him pretty closely here over the last 30 minutes. He's near 13. I just saw that go by a few moments ago. Where is that? That's near Columbia. Actually, if you're looking at the radar. And let me just show you where the radar is. He is here. That's where Brad is right there at Columbia. You see his little bitty head right there? He's wearing a baseball cap, so it might be right there. That's Brad Arnold. And we've been following Brad. He's on this thing that's coming up from his south. On Highway 98, though, is where he is. So he's watching this thing come up from the south at the moment, and he'll be paying attention to that as it comes on through because it has the possibility of a tornado coming with it. He's going to be smart. I talked to Brad on the phone for a while this morning. He and I were talking. He got in a little situation yesterday that he wasn't happy about. And it's always that sort of thing where you got to be paying close attention to what's going on at all times. I mean, you miss one scan. It happened to me. I missed a scan one time. And, had a very, very close call when that happened. Look at all these storms, folks. Look at how wild this is, because I can sit here with the radar right now. I can sit here and show you several tornadoes. There's one here. There's the possibility of one there. There's the likelihood of one there. Something's trying to come into the western side of Hattiesburg there. That's going across Hattiesburg. Laurel has a tornado that looks like it's on the ground. Collins has another storm there. And if you go further to the north, there's one there and another one way up here that is also showing up as a rotating storm that is spinning. Just crazy, insane stuff that's going on here. Even further to the north, check it out. There's more. I mean, you're going up here to Meridian. Spin there, spin there, spin there. Everything is rotating today so easily. That's why they went with moderate risk, because they knew it was going to happen. There's more shear today than there was yesterday, is the belief. So, knowing that was going to be the case for sure, pretty big deal overall, no matter what you do. We'll go back. Let me let you watch. See what Vince has got here for the moment. Vince is still following the storm as well. Vince Walty, and Vince is somewhere. Let me find out exactly where Vince is, because he was kind of moving around from time to time himself. And let's see. What a day. Now here's the deal. It's kind of like kind of like fishing. When you're out fishing and the fish come up to the top of the water and you're like, where do I throw? Where do I cast? And the truth is, if you'll be patient and kind of sit where you are and don't chase everything that goes by, just be patient, and you'll probably do yourself and everybody else that you're trying to help better to not be driving around actually at this point all over the place if you can help it. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff going on here. Let's see if we got Brett again. Yeah. Brett's just outside of Collins here at the moment in Mississippi. That's about 15, 20 miles north of Hattiesburg. Give me 1 minute. If you watch Brett for a few minutes there, I'm watching everybody else too, so you're not missing something, because I'm watching everybody. I got 6 cameras here that I'm watching that I could pop up in a matter of seconds if I had something. So we'll stay on Brett there for just a moment and go back and forth to the warnings here too. because this is just unprecedented stuff. This is stupid. All of those warnings that keep popping up out in advance of what is, pretty much just a horrible situation unfolding here. We don't know what's on the ground at this point. For sure, we're going to assume everything is, because that's really the only way to do it and be safe. Right now, there's a tornado warning for Hattiesburg, just to the east there of 59. There's a tornado warning there, which looks like it's going to be a fairly large tornado. So got to be watching out for that. Let's see. All right. Give me just a few seconds here. I'd like to do something. Paste. Try. They canceled the weather watch back to the west. We'll get into that in a moment, but that did just happen. Let's see what I can pull out of my hat here. Might have to give it just a second of being in black here for just a second so it can catch up. Or then again, it just may not work at all. And it will not work at all. All right, let's get back to where we are. Right now we got a ton of stuff going on. We got so much stuff going on here at the moment. I'm still trying to effort getting, with so many things that are going on, I doubt we're just going to pick up and be able to talk to everybody here. I'm sorry, it's just not going to work out that well today. several of the feeds. Out of 6 feeds, 3 are down. And that's just kind of it at this moment. I don't see anybody trying to connect to me. So, and I tried. I worked with everybody last night a little bit on how to get into, kind of what we are doing. All right, let's get back to going at it moment by moment here, and we'll do so as best we can. Tornado warning now that includes Franklinton and Louisiana. And there's the glob, if you will, the mess that we're looking at. It's just not it's an unbelievable sight here at the moment. Everything that is happening is doing so at such a rapid pace. Tell you what I can do. Well, let's just do this for now. We'll go at it top to bottom from several of the radars. Lots of reports down here again. These are tornado reports from early in the day today. This one right at noon, so about an hour and a half old. Spotter confirming a tornado had touched down near Donaldsonville in Ascension County, Parish, That moved a little bit further off to the north. Slidell, Louisiana now. We're looking at the radar down here to take a look back northward. You can see a very clear cut. This is a clear cut tornado, or at least a rotation. I don't want to say tornado. Franklinton right there. This is just to the north, County 10, and a spin that is occurring in this area right here. Do we have some sort of a signature that says it's on the ground? Kinda. I don't know if this right here is rotating or not. It doesn't have to be a big wad. It can take just a little to actually end up being, some sort of a situation where you have at least, at the very least, a tornado. I'm going to try to get Brad's, let's see, I'm just going to take his, copy and paste that, move this back over, and paste him here. Take him like that because he is watching this thing, and we're going to talk about it while we keep his picture, and if I need it full screen, I'll grab it full screen. Got a little lowering going on there. In fact, let's just take it full screen again, and you can see there's some lowering right up here, right center screen, and looks like all this is pretty much no, all this activity is not unusual for this time of the year. There's many times this has been considered our primary season here in the South. We went about 8 or 9 years having November, December being our primary, and the fall was secondary. The spring was secondary. The fall ended up being the primary. So it's not unusual at all. What is a little bit unusual is having the 70-degree dew points go this high. This is all driven by those really high 70-degree dew points that are poking their way northward. Good Lord. Must be a bunch of, they're all canceled. Many of them canceled at 15 minutes after, so they're just now popping back in again. Again, Brad right now is looking around for some sort of a lowering, so he's right here in the middle. But the lowering, I think, what he's actually looking for is pretty far away from him still. There's one going right over the top of him, which I'll show you if we just look at the radar again. See, he's right here with his Atlanta Braves hat on. He's right here, and I think he might be looking at, this cluster right here, but it's not tight there at all, so it's a little bit broken. And if you look at it in the reflectivity, you don't really see a whole lot there either. But that's what his picture looks like. And when you say that maybe there's nothing there at this moment, it doesn't take long for there to be something Can I add, will y'all help me out here if I add a little bit of his audio? Is it bothersome? Is that bothersome right there? To have that much of his audio in? Okay. I don't know if he's singing. I can't hear him through here is the only deal, or we get along a whole lot better there. But look how torrential the rainfall is. I mean, it is bucket load kind of stuff coming in. You can't really see much more than, what, a quarter of a mile, half a mile? Visibility-wise, and it's raining so heavily. Just dangerous being out there anyway with that kind of heavy weather. So he was looking at that, but the actual tornado is a little bit further away from him. The actual tornado that's within this polygon box, I would say, because if you look at it here, you can sort of just draw a measurement from here where he is to this thing down to the south. And that's 28 miles away from him is where this other tornado that looks quite a bit more healthy would be. That's going to be this thing that's down in this area here that the National Weather Service has been talking about. The velocity data matches up there. The correlation coefficient doesn't really have anything at the moment, but if it's rotating at all, it's going to be that storm a little bit further down there to the south. And I don't want to forget any storm, actually, because there's several more that are out there. This one on the left-hand side that has 42 more minutes on that before it expires. That's going to be a tornado near Arm, A-R-M, near the town of Arm, 19 miles north of Kokomo, capable of producing a tornado right there in that area for sure. Got another one just off to the north here also for 30 more minutes. That's a tornado warning near Hebron, 9 miles to the northeast of Collins. That's going to be moving northeast at about 40. Weather spotters on the scene say they see a funnel cloud. Also just to the east into Jones County till 2:15, northern sections of Jones County. We have a possible tornado trying to form there, and then a little bit further to the north, it's still here for Sandersonville, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Western Clark County, southern Jasper County, tornado warning here, and a possible tornado associated with that thing that had a PDS associated with it just a little while ago. Let me see what we got here as far as that goes. The observed tornado is going to be this one right here to the north, and we're going to put the new radar on there and show you. The velocity data has that being the observation. Prismatic is just down to the south. Damascus is the other town in Mount Nebo, excuse me, Nebo, not Nemo, Nebo, up near DeKalb. That is our PDS situation there that was observed, and the likely tornado is going to be embedded within. This is south of Scuba. That's 45 that goes all the way up and down the eastern side, if you will, of Mississippi. 45, Highway 45, State Highway 45. The likely tornado in that area, it was confirmed, and let's see the correlation coefficient. It was confirmed because I think of this, and again, that is debris that's out of the box. That is debris that's far enough away to where it doesn't really look like it's associated with our storm at all. But if you put it into motion, you can see where that was. And I think that debris was quite a bit further away. You see it traveling up there out of the box, out of the polygon. But it's still something that they're updating this right now. Prismatic, Tamala. That's just north of Lauderdale. Radar indicated tornado there in that area too. And the other one, do we have another observed? That's the only observed, and they took that off, actually. They took it off because it looks like the observation is out of the polygon for the moment. They don't have anything into the polygon area there that would be causing anything different. Let me see what we got here. This would be Mr. Brett Adair, and Brett is in the rain in Taylorsville, Mississippi. It's raining terribly up in here. He is right there. Brett is. Not exactly sure where he's headed, but I think he's headed off to the north a little bit. If you look at the radar imagery, you can see that storm in particular has a pretty good, well, it does and it doesn't. If you look at it here, The one thing that is going on is that there's a gap right there. See, there's a big gap between the inbound and the outbound on either side, actually. Actually, I guess this is going to be why there's a tornado warning. But there's a pretty good gap. That's Gambrel into that area. So Brett is in a tremendous amount of rainfall there. That's just kind of happened over the last 30 minutes or so. And then we got Vince. Let's see what Vince has, if it's still steadily. It is not raining on him at the moment. So that's the good news there with him. So Vince is right there just to the north. He's on 59. That's I-59 north of Hattiesburg a little bit. He's kind of in between two separate storms if you look at it like this. He's in between the storm that's a little bit further down to the south and one to the north. Got a large spin ongoing right about here. That's not that far away from him, actually. So we're only looking at that being like, it's close. From there, just stop that. From there to there, 10 miles away. Pretty close call there. So we got stuff a little bit everywhere. My goodness. Now this looks like a big bad deal right here near Heidelberg. I think this was going to be radar indicated, but that's an ugly looking storm again. The last scan to show up made it a huge ugly storm, as if it wasn't already. But we've got really strong inbound and outbound. This looks like a big-time tornado right in here. There's net shear there about 120 miles per hour. Does it have any kind of a drop? Not really a CC drop at this point, but that doesn't just tell you for sure that you don't have a tornado already. There's a little dry slot here. This part is rotating off to the north of it there, so still looking at that. But your possible tornado is going to be in this area. Strong rotation with that thing. Maybe even twins going on here too, because I see two very distinctive spins. This is trying to spin here as well. It's not unheard of to see a couple of them at the same time occurring. Well, I notice everybody who has a feed now at the moment is driving. Nobody's sitting and waiting. So we got quite a bit of driving going on here at the moment. Still have Brett out there with his vehicle. And again, he's riding around just to the north of. Come on, fill in. I'm watching him. I'm watching your feed, B. Come on, fill in. There's a power line on the left-hand side of the road. It's trying. Tons of rainfall there into the area, too, that's causing problems with getting feeds out, information out. Plus, it's just a rural Mississippi. Southern Mississippi is pretty rural down in that region. A little bit difficult to get everybody's information out. But just look at all the spinning. It's about everywhere you look. Spin there, spin there, spin there. And these aren't warned. These are the ones that the Weather Service is looking at and going, if I just issue for everything that is spinning, we're just going to have to draw the entire map here. This is a horrible situation if you're making the call, if you're pulling the trigger on all these storms. Very, very difficult to get confirmation on any of this. Now we have a new tornado warning up in Stringer, actually. It's a little bit further to the north. It's going to be just to the west of 59. And it looks like a triangle. Where's Stringer? Stringer. Providence. Going to be just to the north of Laurel. Oh, so that would be this new one. So that includes the town of Stringer. And I can see why. So it's broad. See, this isn't a really tightly packed thing. That means it's a meso. This whole thing is spinning. It's a mesocyclone, but within that, you can get a tiny little area that could drop anywhere on either side of this. And that would be a setup that would be much more likely to do that. This is also a little broad. There's not a tight gate-to-gate shear here anywhere. This whole thing is rotating near Heidelberg. Doesn't necessarily mean that's a tornado on the ground. There's a little bit of debris. Now, that tells me something is aloft. Look, it's about 4 or 5 pixels, so it may not be huge. And if I put it into motion, we go backwards a little bit. You can see it was there, then it wasn't. So that tells me it's not just some random artifact. That is a piece of debris, and now it's even gone in that next scan. Yeah. And I don't really see anything in any of the other scans that screams to me that we got something that's, on the ground here at this very second. Bogalusa northward over to Columbia, throughout the rest of that area. Pretty much what we're looking at is the same thing there, which we have rotating storms, none of which seem to be, at least at this very moment, on the ground. This is 18 more minutes on this one up near Prismatic and Meridian Station. It's moving northeast at about 30. There's quarter-size hail involved with that thing right there at the moment, so it's pretty busy also. If you look at high-res reflectivity, that's kind of what we're looking at on the overall as well. Some of the big areas there where we have most of the precipitation coming down, that is not allowing you to see your hand in front of your face for sure. Just a little bit of motion here lets you know that we've still got a southwest to a northeasterly motion that's occurring. We're still watching Brett right there, moving along on the roadway. We've been watching Brad as well. We got some new thunderstorms that are popping up there across the southern side of everything, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that as well as we go into the next little while, because some of those thunderstorms are still quite large. Give me a sec here too, because I want to do something else here. I want to... Let's go over here. Get rid of that. I want to bring this over. And I want to do that because I want to go to this. look at the satellite stuff from early in the day today. You see the blow up right there. That's Louisiana. The circle there is Lake Pontchartrain, but southern Mississippi, you're looking out into the Gulf of Mexico. Notice the direction everything down at the surface is blowing, coming in from the Gulf. It's coming in from the south, and then the upper level clouds are going from west to east. So you can see right there's the shear that we've been talking about. It's so easy to see. Low clouds coming onshore. Upper level clouds are west to east. So it's a action-packed sheer event at the moment. Just basically from what you see there. No reason that's going to shift. Let's take a look at some other data here. We'll go to the lightning flash, and I think you got the same sort of thing here. You can see the lightning data as it begins to build. Coming up into this area, and that's going to be right there across Louisiana, the southern sections of Alabama too, and it extends well down to the south. Listen, I'm about to get a very heavy rain here, and my house is got a metal roof. So if you lose me for a second, I want to say send a boat, but if you lose me for a second, it is exactly that particular thing that's happening. And my apologies. What else have we got? Let's back this up. And do this if we can. Because this is always just amazing to me. Check this out. This is the satellite image. Shows you the clearing over the state of Texas. Sky's beginning to clear up here pretty quickly. Then you got all the thunderstorms that are still associated with this thing that goes well off to the north into the big comma head that you can see up there west of Iowa, where everything is spinning around. Starting to clear, but you can still see the mountains have snow on them over into Colorado. And then out over the Gulf of Mexico, you got more happening there, too, with all of the situation there fading in from west to east. Now, let's go back here and take a look at the radar once again. An update on where we are with some of the current warnings. Brett Adair is there. He's just to the north of Hattiesburg, watching his stuff near Collins, not too far away from Hattiesburg. So just to show you where the bee is, he's right there into that area. We've also got everybody else who is out and about here at the moment is still on the way towards something. Vince is out there. He's in a rain event at the moment, a big-time rain event that is there. Let me pull this back over here if I can and open that back up. So we got Vince here who is right there into that region too. Let me see. All right. I appreciate it. Some of our analyst guys are out there, but I really can't get to you now, folks, because I'm streaming. I'm streaming. This is just insane. Let me show you this. This is coming out of Louisiana, and it's just, I mean, it looks like soldiers marching up through here. It's just stupid looking. Watch this. Watch how every one of these things coming out looks like it had an agenda. Look at that right there. They're lined up. I'm going to take a screen grab of that because that's just phenomenal. That's one of the craziest things. Look at all of the single cell supercells I mean, this is just, it's actually a little bit scary if you look at it like this. I'm never scared of the weather, but look at it looked like this is just going to be nutty, and it has been. I don't know that I've ever seen them just marching out like that out of the Gulf looking like that. It's just incredible. I'm going to go back and look at that after this is over with. That is just nuts. They've gelled a little bit as they go northward. They've congealed, if you will. But look at all these warnings that we still have that are in effect. So let me get you up to date on where we are with the current warnings that we do have. Down to the south, we got this one in Columbia. That's been a strong thunderstorm. It's in effect for northeastern Marion County now, located near Improve, 11 miles to the northeast of Columbia, 45 miles per hour. That has 23 more minutes in that tornado warning. Just off to the northwest of that one is another tornado warning in Panola. Moving to the northeast at 40. It's in northwestern Jefferson Davis County. We're watching that too. This one is a radar-indicated tornado. The National Weather Service says it's near Tucker's Crossings, 10 miles to the southeast of Laurel, Mississippi at 1:36. That was the case. 3/4 of an inch sized hail there just to the south of US 84. To the west of there, we got another one. It is a radar-indicated tornado warning. Southwestern Jasper, southeastern Smith, and northwestern Jones counties underneath the tornado warning there. With that storm, looks like it's still going to be a big deal, and we'll be doing so here for the next little while. So we'll look at that as well. This is the National Weather Service, southeastern Jasper County, western Clark County, and southwestern Lauderdale County at 2:30. That's what we got there, too. Then, as you see what's happening over here, Lauderdale, Newton, and Jasper counties underneath tornado warnings. This one near Stringer that we are looking at. So I don't think at the moment they are all radar indicated. We don't have one that has a confirmation to it at this point. That'd be great news if that was going to be the case with everything that was moving up and forward. Here's Brad. Brad is still on his way back over to Hattiesburg. Let me pull him up. There's Brett, who's not far away either. So you got Brett and Brad there. Let me grab Brad. Hold on. Unbelievable. Boy, did I mess stuff up there. Here we go. Although that's not much better, but I'll fix it. I'm getting people's streams mixed up. Brad is in town. Brad is not in town. So that would be correct. This would be correct. That is Brad. Look at the rain. Look how much water is piling up there. So he's right there in Hattiesburg on the western side. And now if there is a tornado involved with this, it's going to be right near him. The water has ponded up there, something fierce. Something fierce. Let me see if Brad's video popped back up here. I think he has a decent signal. Come on. He did have a decent signal. Come on, run for me. I see you trying to run. There's a Brad. Come on. Let's see. Still got Brad running there. Let's try this. Just at the mercy of all the crap. I'm so sorry, but so much happening here. Let's see. We didn't look at Vince's cam in a while. Let's see what Vince has got. Vince looks like he's traveling down the road. He is traveling down the road. He's flirting with disaster. Get the needle to the floor in my Lysol. It's Brett's video I'm having difficulty with here. Still watching Vince move along there, doing so pretty well in all directions. Nobody's really stuck anywhere, it doesn't look like. Everybody's able to move about freely. There's no trees or anything like that over the ground. Brad's camera looks pretty well at the moment. He's, again, traveling there on 59, I believe. Actually, he went a little bit rogue. Did he? He went a tad rogue. Vince is east of Laurel. Brett's video is just gone. Yeah, it's the same thing. This could be one of our problems.
Yeah, I see that. Hold up.
It is. Or at least it's a fix. So here's Brett around the world in order to get this to work. And Brett is
Watch the trees.
pulling over in
It ain't
Waynesboro,
far. It's literally going to be right here in front of us.
which is just east. It's down 84. Waynesboro is right here as you get to 45 and 84.
All right, hold up.
And did you notice how much it is raining? Oh, shoot, I've got his audio too high. I'm sorry. I just noticed his audio's high. That's nuts. That's insane. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Vince is pretty much in the same area. He's out of the rain for sure. But they're not far apart from each other, actually. Not that far. And then just south of the two of them is Brad on 59. He is just to the north of Hattiesburg, Brad is. Here's Brad's camera. Please come up, please come up, please come up, please come up. Brad's camera. Brad's camera. Looks like Brett's has the deal going on with it here at the moment. That's nuts. Oh, I hope that truck didn't have a bunch of chickens in it. Ooh. Now, Brett's got some pretty good lowering there at the moment. Got a pretty good cluster of folks right there in that area, actually. Let me just show you where everybody is. If you turn on the spotter deal. Here's kind of where everybody is. This is Vince. I think Vince is like a car length near Brett. So Vince is right there on, looks like 84, US 84. They're all checking out this storm. Everybody's watching to see what that is right there. Because Vince is there and Brett is right there as well. Brett's following that storm. And there's another chaser there as well following the storm. So everybody's kind of, in fact, they just keep coming out of the same bubble. So there's about 5 of them there, but somebody's up here too. And they're all trying to get a look at this, I think. The storm that's off to the north here just a little bit, I think, is what everybody is watching. So we're watching them watching this and trying to get an idea of where everybody's going. Then you got Brad. Brad is still sticking around back down here. His video's not working, but he's on Highway 11 just to the north of Hattiesburg. So he, too, is paying attention to what's going on here. We're going to look at the radar a little bit further out of the north here to show you. See, here's the hoopla. Kind of looks like somebody's shooting a bird, doesn't it? Right there is your likely tornado that is occurring. Is there anything dropping down here? Let's see if we've got any kind of correlation coefficient. Nah. It looks like a bunch of leaves, actually, if you ask me. Weather Service doesn't say anything else has changed, but that's pretty much what we got there into the region, which is all those showers and thunderstorms are still there pretty much together. You know, sometimes this happens. Sometimes you get a situation to where the whole thing looks like it's all hell's breaking loose, when in actuality, there is a ton of spin, but there's no reason to bring that spin all the way down to the ground. Now, I know we've had tornadoes. We've had several that have touched the ground today. And I know we've had damage, even fatalities during the day yesterday. But at the moment, the damage reports don't look like they're many. They look few. Of course, everybody right now is still in follow mode. I don't think anybody's dropped out in order to go back and look for damage. At least none of our guys have here at the moment. But nonetheless, that's kind of where we are with everything, really, when you start taking a look at it. Let me see if I can do one or two other things here. Do-do-do. Don't like that noise. We're not too far away from having our first warning into Alabama, by the way. Coming into the western side of Alabama. Actually, we just have a tornado warning now in Alabama. It's Livingston, Cuba, York, Alabama, now underneath a tornado warning. This just now issued. It doesn't even show up yet in the graphics, but we have our first warnings into Alabama showing up here. Let me see what I got. All right. Let me sort of regroup here a little bit if we can. So they just issued a new I think it looks just like the old one though. They did just issue a new risk for the day. Doesn't tell me a whole lot. They just drew the moderate around where it's all happening. So, kind of to be expected. I don't know if we have a signal from Brett at the moment. I don't think we do. Do we have a signal from Vince? I started to put them all there together, but half the time they're not all running together, so there would be a bunch of blank spaces there. Vince is again on the move. Vince is traveling down. He's making its way, it looks like, a little bit further off down 44. He is on 84, Highway 84, and moving, looks like westward. Kind of hard to see exactly, but he left that storm. Even though it still looks like it's massive. This is where Vince is at the moment, or pretty close to it. Kind of watching what's happening there, but he's literally within a mile or so of where the actual tornado would be. There's a little debris looks to be showing up there. Not a lot, but a little. Maybe he's just kind of getting in the spot here. Let me see. Let's go back to Vince and take a look, because he was in a pretty good place there if that's what he's going to do. There's a really clear picture there coming into the south side of the county. He's moving over a little bit more toward Whistler. It looks like the town of Whistler, which is down to the south. So he is driving eastward a little bit here. Coming in on the south side, you got your Brad. Brad's down to the south there a little bit. Brad doesn't have video, but he's south of Ellisville. None of that makes a lot of sense, but we'll see. Oh, that's because it's not new. Just might as well be, though. That looks about right. Got Drew Richards out and about. Drew is Drew just went blank. Here's what we're looking at, though. I mean, we've got this whole mess. There's about to be. I don't see a whole lot of change. Well, I don't see a whole lot of change from the morning risk that was issued at 10:25. We're now at 2:05. They've updated this a little bit. Another thing I can think of is that they were going to update it, but and it has been somewhat updated, but not to the point to where you could really tell. All right, let me get some stuff back here that makes some common sense. Mr. B. Arnold. Got him back online again. Or so it says. Actually don't see him online, but says he is. Big storm still out there. And all that stuff that's coming in on that western side of everything. Just 1 second. I'm trying to get out some new information here if I can. Hmm. Got to tell you, it's been a rough week. I know we've had some celebrity. Doesn't matter if they're celebrities or not, but we've had deaths here over the last week or so. And you don't have to be from the South to know that football is a huge deal in the deep southern United States, and football coaches are meaningful. And Mike Leach, the football coach, used to be out of Texas, but he's the football coach at Mississippi State, passed away. Unbelievably charismatic man, by the way. I never met him, but I saw him interviewed many, many times before, and the guy could, he spoke his mind. He spoke the truth, and just a refreshing gentleman in every means of the word. He was just a little off-key, like, I'm off-key myself sometimes, so he'll be greatly missed. And he wasn't even my football coach, but Brett went to Mississippi State. A lot of young people who went that route, the Mississippi State route, to get degrees in meteorology, I know are mourning the loss of him today. I saw where Twitch, who used to be the musical director for the Ellen DeGeneres show, had I believe it said self-inflicted. It's that, I'm not going to say that time of the year, but certainly does seem to go up sometimes during this time of the year when people are a little, can get down. And nobody knows that more than I when it comes to that sort of thing. And just, maybe think about somebody else today. Maybe think about telling somebody how much you care about them today and that you're no longer angry at them. And, it's just life. We get a little bit of it. We don't get a lot of it. We get a little bit of time to have a good time in life. And besides what's happening today with tornadoes being in, areas here across the Deep South, a lot of people, as I said, were just mourning because of the loss of somebody. And as I know, not just celebrities. It's not like a celebrity death is any more meaningful than anybody else's, because I have 5,000 people on my Facebook. I see people who are hurting every single day, and it's just a difficult time of the year. And reach out to somebody if you can, especially a neighbor, perhaps an older neighbor that needs a little bit of help. It would be always a kind thing to be doing. So here again is the radar. We'll get back to the radar to show you what we're looking at here and what we're thinking about, which is the other thing we're thinking about is we got some super heavy rainfall coming down in all of these areas, no matter where you are. Still a bit difficult getting signals out from most of our folks who are out there. Brad is now in Petal, Mississippi. No idea where Petal, if I'm even saying it right. I don't know if I'm saying it right at this point. It's now a new tornado warning in Hattiesburg. They just keep getting them there. Let's check it out. Hattiesburg down to the south. And there it is. This looks like it could be a large tornado coming up 59 at the moment. Pretty big deal. So, got to watch out for that one, too. That's just now being seen a few moments ago. I'm getting video from all over there, by the way. Hattiesburg. They don't really say where. But hold on here. Let's see, who do we have? Yeah, I can't show him at all there. Trying to help a friend there. In Hattiesburg. So that is a tornado warning there in Hattiesburg. That's going to go for the next hour, basically, for Northern Forest and Lamar County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. They're located near Oak Grove or near West Hattiesburg. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. A possible tornado there. Strong inbound and outbound. I don't know why that wouldn't be a tornado. The velocity data is all over that. Correlation coefficient has some debris aloft right in that area right there. Again, this is in advance of the actual thing that we think is a tornado. The actual tornado we believe is here, but the upper level winds are blowing as such that they would be able to push any debris eastward. And this would be going across 59 at the moment, I-59 and Highway 98 from the western side. And I'm trying to see who do we have in that area there. Let's see. We got people a little bit everywhere. We had some people up there. Let's see. So Brett's up here on the storm near Shibuda. It's a little broken up. Yeah, he's like right underneath what, would be something. I mean, dude is right underneath what would be something. That's Brett right there. This is Brett. That's a marker. So if there is anything to see, he sees it. Vince is following up right behind him there. And I think I can show you Vince's video here too if we pop that in. So his camera should be pointing toward Brett, actually, and up into that location. Let's see. He's not going to pop up this time. Why not? Come on now. Now, I've had his video perfectly for a while. Crandall, Mississippi, DeSoto, Mississippi, Snell till 3 p.m. Tornado warning there that's in effect across the area. Gonna be there for a while. Well, I don't know why it's not popping up. We've had him throughout the day today, but it's not grabbing his audio. It's not grabbing his video here. At this particular second, let me see. Brett's another one. We're not able to get his video either, I don't believe, but I'm going to try. And come on, Brad. Come on, Brad. Come on, Brad. And yes, finally got Brad there. Brad is, where is Brad, though? Brad is down here. Brad's not far away from the tornado that is coming across Hattiesburg at the moment. He's actually very close. I can show it to you. See, here's Brad up to the north here. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Don't do that either. I don't know why, but when it goes to me, it goes over to South Africa. It thinks I'm somewhere into Africa there. So we were watching Brad. Brad's right here. Right there he is, Brad Arnold. And this is where our tornado, we believe our tornado is going to be in this area here as well. Coming down the south side, if you will, of Hattiesburg, right about here. Watching it with a couple of different radar sites. I don't know that DGX isn't the better one. And there's your likely tornado. Right now, crossing over 59. And like I said, it's not that far away from Brad. And he's in an area where there's already a tornado reported a little bit earlier during the day today. This is at 1 o'clock, tornado there on Macedonia and Forest County. Structural damage to a couple of houses there. So it's already had a history. A couple of storms have coming through there, but the likelihood of a tornado sitting right here. Correlation coefficient, a little. Should be very interesting to see what happens here overall. Again, that's Brad. We're watching him and his vehicle as he moves about the country. Is it frozen? That's frozen. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fill in, fill in, fill in. I don't care what you say. The fact that we can get video out of a moving vehicle at 1080p, send it back out to you, and you watch it on YouTube, will always astound me. If it doesn't work, I'm like, I can't believe it was going to. It acted like it was going to, and I can't believe it. Such is life. Says he's in Petal, so he's right here. This is Petal right there. So it's keeping up with him fairly well. And again, you can see the very heavy rain that he's about to encounter, and then the likelihood of a spin or rotation is going to be very near him. So we're going to watch him for a few moments here. He's getting close to Hattiesburg, so he should have a better signal within the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Let me do this. I'm gonna do this. Excuse me. I am going to. What? No, don't do that. Come on, Brad, get your picture back, babe. There's his picture back. So here we go. There's Brad, upper right-hand side of the screen. There's the possible tornado, and this is an image of Brad, his little face. What his little face looks like in his baseball hat. So he is pointing in the direction of this likely tornado down to the south. Beep, 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 beep. He should be able to see it here. And we will too. He's pulled over on the side of the road, so that's great. Let me just see if it's possible to speak to him. What in the world? Did we just lose it? Did we just lose him? We've got him. Let me see. What time is this? 2:23. It's about to update. I'm going to give him a buzz and see what happens. Hey, Brad. Brad, I got you on live right now. This is the best way I can do it at the moment. That was a big lightning strike, I think. Is it all right? Can you talk for a second?
Yeah, I'm sitting here right now in Hattiesburg looking southwest. Definitely looks ominous. I'll say that, David.
So you just pulled over on the side of the road there. You're safe, right?
Yeah, I'm slowly working my way west, but I don't want to lose eyes or visual of the main cloud deck. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a breeze right here. Just going slow.
So, I mean, you've been on a bunch of these during the day today already. What's your overall assessment? I mean, are we looking at? I mean, I know you've seen some damage, but you're in the go mode here at the moment. What's your assessment of what you're seeing?
Yeah, so far, I mean, visually they've looked really great. Far away, once you get closer, it's tough to make out if it's a tornado or if it's because been seeing a lot of fog. They've been ingesting a lot of fog, especially where the circulation is. So it's been difficult to kind of decipher what's scud and what's an actual tornado. But you know, it seems like there may be something lacking a little bit down here that's producing it, that's getting these tornadoes going. I mean, reflectivity looks great, but for whatever reason, it's having a hard time translating to the surface.
Well, which is good news. I know you've had a pretty good picture through most of the day. Yeah.
David, I may have something right here to my west. Give me just 1 second. Let me adjust.
All right. You do what you need to do.
Lightning strike. Give me just 1 second.
I'm going to take you full screen here, by the way.
See, I'll pull over and I'll show you what we're looking at here. So, this is really what we're looking at. I mean, it's that whole thing is rotating.
Yeah.
But is it 50 feet off the ground or is it on the ground?
Yeah.
That whole thing right there is rotating. It's got violent rotation in it. And a lot of, I don't know if you heard that, but the cloud and ground lightning strikes are incredible.
Yeah, I did.
There's something holding these back right now. This one's really starting to get going, though. So.
I see it looks pretty low. I mean, I've seen what you've been talking about all day. It looks low until you get up on it, and then
Right.
it's not very organized. What's that flashing over there?
Behind those trees right there where that lowering is at. Try to zoom in a little bit. Let's see if I can find it. It's definitely ramping up. Let's see here.
Awfully dark. Are those sirens we're hearing?
Yeah, the sirens are blaring here in Hattiesburg right now. It's third time they've been in the middle of this today. It's somewhat normal for folks around here to see tornadoes, I guess, at this point. But do you see what I'm talking about, David? Right here on the road, it's this fog that it's just in. I don't know if it's sitting on a boundary or if it's. I'm not sure what, but it's been ingesting this fog, and it's really tough to tell if it's actually low level circulation or if it's just, fog or scud.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always a difficult thing, too, but especially like in this situation, I can understand why that would be. I mean, if you looked at the radar there about an hour and a half ago, I thought it's going to be one of those situations where, you got you're fishing and the fish come up all the way around the boat, and you're like, which way do I cast? And
Right.
it's hard to pick out a storm
Okay.
and stay with it.
We may have something here, David. This looks better. Check this out. We may have a tornado right here. Right here. That's the wall cloud, though, that's coming up this way. It's just over the trees.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I don't know how far
Yeah.
our video is behind you. Maybe not far. I'm taking your direct feed, though, so.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it may be a little bit elevated. You can see the rotation aloft, though. Rotation is definitely evident, especially right in here. Right in that area, right there.
Yeah.
We'll see. We will see. It's right over me right now. The main rotation's right over me right now, David.
Yeah,
The
kind of
whole
watching the radar here, and it does, it kind of widened. It broadened out a little bit. I mean, the inbound to the outbound's got a pretty good gap in the middle, but.
Yeah. I may try to get northeast on it, David, and try
Yeah.
to keep up with it.
Yeah, won't you do that? Won't you go ahead? I appreciate this. It's our quickest way to do it, so I appreciate you doing that. But get back on the road again and just stay safe, buddy, okay?
Okay. I'll let you know if I see anything, man.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Look, I know that wasn't the perfect way to do it, but it was the only way we could do it in that situation. It's the quickest way for him as well. I mean, we could do a couple other things, but the quickest way for him to do it. Now, what you're seeing is this thing's passing over him at the moment. It's directly passing over the top of him. He is right here, our scan 25, so we're a couple of seconds behind. We're actually, 25? We're 8 minutes behind. I don't know why it's 8 behind. The new scan should have been in there by now. There it is. Yeah, we're 2 scans behind. It didn't update for some reason. So there it is, and it looked kind of, just like you see on the screen there, it looks a little bit messy. So let's just pretend this is Brad, and there's your point of view at stuff right here. This is what you're looking at. You're on the screen here, and you're seeing the winds traveling out. The lowering is probably right in there as well, pretty close to where we're looking at there, basically. And Brad's watching that. Now, he's on a roadway here that goes only west to east, so I'm not really sure if he's going to go ahead and try to get in front of this or not, or what his deal is going to be, but could you hear okay? If you could hear that okay, you the viewer, I can probably get a lot more people on who are willing to just make a phone call with me than stopping to do all the crap that it takes to do it another way. So thank you for not being picky. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that for being, because some people would go, no, I want it to be. That's the quickest way to do it, is to make the phone call and then just let them talk into my microphone. Lordy, lordy, I paid enough for this microphone, so it ought to pick up a phone call. Now, that looks ugly. Now, he turned around. You can see what he did was he turned back around because the lower, and this thing is the actual rotation is kind of massive here at the moment. I mean, look at it. It's not a great spot to say, okay, that's exactly where it is. It's just massive at the amount of space that it's covering there overall. But check it out. Ugly storm for sure. Lowering, got a bunch of cloud-to-ground lightning associated with it there still at the moment. Cloud-to-ground stuff that we've been talking about is still there. Still looks pretty ominous across the area there, so that's decent. Now I think he's about to drive out of it there just a little bit. talk about turning daylight into dark, and it's not time for it to be dark. But boy, look how dark it got right there. And a lot of that's just scud. All that stuff down at the ground there, the majority of it is scud. Now, I don't know what that thing right there on the right-hand side looks a little weird. Stop the car, stop the car, stop the car. I don't know what that is right there on the right. Whoa. Check this out. This is going right across the road in front of us, and what a great picture he's got. He's got an excellent camera. And again, so much fog around, you can't really clearly see straight down to the ground. But I don't think any of that actually was on the ground. So it just kind of went right over the top of him there. I'm a little surprised that the wind, he didn't see this wind. It is projected to be 70 to 80 miles an hour, that wind, and it went just south of him there. I don't even see any kind of debris flying around or anything that you would expect to see out of a straight line event. I know it's going to pass right over the path of where we had a tornado a little bit earlier, right up there, but you know, like I said, it didn't turn out to be exactly the way thought. Because these one, I didn't see anything that looked 70 or 80 miles an hour there. A lot of lightning. Did you see that? Tons of lightning showing up there in that area as well. Crandall, Mississippi, Snell, Mississippi. Those two warnings continue there too. So we're gonna keep we'll keep watching out for Brad here in the short term. We'll keep coming back to his video. I'm gonna put him up here in the corner for just a moment, like that. We'll do a little round the horn here, and to see what else we have going on across the area. We got this little thing up to the north here that is a little storm that tried but didn't do a ton into the short term. There's a CC drop there that hasn't matched with anything yet, and it's because our times are a little funky. If you look, let us see what's happening here. Let's try Big B again. Yeah, I just don't see Big B on the air anymore. Sad, we've only got like another hour or so of decent daylight, especially when you get this crap. We lose that pretty quick. Yeah, I'm afraid that's hail. What you see in there, your CC drop is more than likely going to be hail there. Let's just see. Yeah, see how the veil lines up with your CC a little bit more than anything. So there's your CC, which is right there and has a continuation into the radio. And then the Ville is where? Same place. So I'm not really sure I'd consider that a drop. Did I mention that's the new risk that's out for the rest of the day? That just came in a little while ago. So the moderate, it just they chopped off the western side is all they really did. They chopped the west off just a little bit, but the rest of it is pretty much what it was earlier in the day today. So pretty much better news. Tell you what. Mm-hmm. So right at the top of the hour, roof blown off of a trailer near Tumsuba. Kind of depends. I've never said that one, although I lived over there close. New tornado warning now for Alabama again. This is our second tornado. This is going to be coming in, the new one, south of 59. So it's going to be a continuation of this thing right here coming into Butler. It's observed, by the way. This does have an observed tag on it near Crandall, or 8 miles to the east of Quitman. So it does have an observed tag on it still. Getting further and further away from a radar that I want. I mean, we're way out there now. So there's the new tornado warning. And they don't say observed. Having to go out of the Mobile radar office, Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, underneath a tornado warning. Eastern Clark County, that was when it was observed. What a day. Let's get back really quick here and see if we can see what is happening with Brad's camera again. Just nasty, nasty driving conditions, first of all. It's just a horrible situation driving around. That's for sure. I was just checking in with everybody working in the studio here with me, and letting everybody know how much I appreciate them helping me out today. Thank you all so much, everybody, for all the help, every one of you. See what I'm going to do. I'll be right back. My apologies. 'Cause that.
I'm actually going to sit here for 2 seconds and watch this storm that's coming up Pearl River County. Looks like it may be an embedded supercell.
All right, we got Brad there. Got Brad there at the bottom, bottom. Beneath me, we got Brad there. We're going to watch his video and see what actually happens. We got some other people that were watching as well, but don't have the greatest signal in the world. And then we've got what is basically our radar over here to the right. Pretty easy to find Brad on the screen here because his little face shows up, his little round face shows up so easily. And he's there near Rickton, it looks like, in Good Hope. And I think he's probably waiting on the next thing to happen. So we're going to do that. Talking about a new tornado watch, by the way, over portions of southwestern Alabama now. The tornado watch would be... What are they talking about? Reissuing? What are they talking about?
I will be right back.
I hate the way they do that.
Screen for 2 seconds.
The trigger comes out well before the information.
Right back and turn the volume back on. You guys, hold on just 1 second.
The two tornado warnings that we have up here to the north, a little further to the north. And what radar? We're just in crummy radar coverage here at this point. I guess we'll still have to use that. Here's the tornado coming across the area there that was, first of all, it has 6 more minutes on this. It was observed at one time. This is up into northeastern Clark County. And then you got the thing back over here. This is tornado warning again, northwestern Choctaw County and southwestern Alabama. Something that we're looking at there, too. There is a new tornado warning. It's a continuation of the one down in Hattiesburg. So still kind of looking out there for that one as well. And Brad is kind of looking at that. I'm going to move his. I'm going to move his up here closer to this thing. So I can just go back and forth. I don't know, Brad. Somebody goes hunting down that road, I think, on a four-wheeler. That's way down there. But he's got two areas that he's watching right there. He's got two areas that he's looking at. I think. I don't know which direction he's actually about to move in, but we're going to find out. Don't pass. We do know that right off the bat. We don't want to pass anybody. Picayune, Mississippi. You still got a tornado warning for you there in Picayune. Now he's coming back on the roadway here, and as you can see, what he's looking at is still low cloud deck. But look, you got three areas here that are rotating. One that's near him, another one out of that polygon, and another one coming into the polygon. Everything, everywhere you look, seems like it's spinning, but like he said, you get up to it, and then it's not. It's all pushing on to the east. You may notice there have been no warnings west of this area. Everything has been east of a line here down to here, and everything's been in this direction. So this is this whole area back in here. We can't clear it, but we can tell you that there's less likely going to be something going on there, at least into the short term. It looks like that's going to be a better situation with all that there, generally in that direction too. There's a tornado warning down here. This is a brand new little tornado warning that almost slipped by everybody, I think. Still only has 3 minutes in this, but that was a severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado near Paradise, Hanville, northeast, 35 miles per hour. That didn't get a whole lot of fanfare. That thing kind of slipped by there, but that was down to the south. And you can see why. There's still a little cluster right there into the area. It's on the Mississippi River, actually, coming in Norco down to the south and right across Airline Highway on 61, US 61. But that's 310, I-310 that comes through that area there, too. And I didn't show you any of that, did I? There it is. Little tornado warning down to the south here, coming across Pontchartrain and Amandaville into the Keener area. And there it is, little tiny thing that shows up there pretty well. The actual tornado itself, or the rotation, is up here on the top of the polygon at the moment. But that's I-310 coming across, about to cross over I-10 on the northern side, or the southern side of Lake Pontchartrain, if you will. So looking into all of that at the moment. Lake Borgne, the Rigolets, and back over to the east here to the Chandelier Islands. We're still watching all of that precipitation move in and along pretty well at this point. So just good reasoning to follow all of that no matter where you are. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go up here into Arkansas and do that and take a better look to see, because you lose some of these. We're losing some of this stuff here because I got so many elements that are still on the board. It's Jared. So Brett is in it. He's right there. East Equipment. Brett knows this area well. He and I actually have done a lot of investigation over there in that area before. Several times. That 84 corridor. It goes up and down there, and 45 that we watch quite oftentimes. US 45 is something that we often look at there too. But at this moment, I don't believe Brett has visual. So, not exactly looking into that. I can, while we're sort of sitting here, I can show you some of the stuff from yesterday that Brett shot. This is DeBerry, Texas, where he took his drone up and, again, had some spin and a lowering right here. This is from his drone looking down, where there was a lowering that was taking place there off into the distance, but didn't really see anything there. Other than, if you look off in the distance, you can see some debris that was occasionally falling from the sky. And so as a result, it's giving us some information about what was going on there. And then this other video, there's your little, rope out, if you will, the finale of what was going on. And I think that was a bird. But then watch occasionally. You start to see some crap falling from the sky a pretty good distance from where that is. So that means that the atmosphere was holding it up there for a while before allowing it. Gravity, she always wins. Gravity finally won and let that thing down, what was coming down. You see that right there? That wasn't a diving bird. That was some sort of debris that was aloft. Then you got what looks like, I don't know, Brett said it was a piece of plywood, I just heard him say. And I said that yesterday. I said it might be plywood, but then it looked like a door. It's oblong shaped, and you can tell that. It's longer than it is wide because of the way it flutters down. Left-hand side of the picture coming up here in just a few moments. He zooms out because I think he sees it with his eyeball first. There it is. That was way up there. Now, if that's a piece of plywood, I wish I knew what that was. If that's a 6x4 piece of plywood, imagine that. I thought it might be a door. It's really hard to scale there because you don't know if it's closer than it seems. It's closer to the screen. There's another piece of something falling over there on the left-hand side. And that's what shows up in the product that we use, the correlation coefficient. That's what will show up from time to time, and as a result, it'll throw you off. That one small thing, that thing right there, I guess I'd like to go back and see if it showed up at all in the radar. I'd like to see what it was. Wouldn't that be kind of cool to go back and see what it was? See what you saw actually on the radar at that point? I may do that. Since I have too much time on my hands and no life whatsoever outside of this, I could do that. All right, how about your radar? DGX, just gotta be Jackson again. I'm gonna look over there. So, Brett, where'd you go, B? Everybody's moved. Well, B, why are you not there anymore? Shubida. Equipment. Shubidoo. Brad's like, he don't know. Let's look at Brad. He's got to be confused because he's got stuff spinning on from all directions. He's driving along, but look at what's going on. I mean, that's obviously a funnel cloud, at least if he could see it. If he was close enough to see it, that's a funnel cloud. This is a big mezzo spinning there north of Hattiesburg. I don't think that's much. It's not very tight. But I think this has got to be a funnel. Look, those that's indicative of some really 40, 50 mile per hour winds. So you got net shear there of like 60. So it's at least a funnel probably. He's going back west. He's going to go see if he can. The reason he's going west and not after this is obvious. There's one road that goes this way, and there's nothing out here to drive on. So if you're any kind of an analyst, a mobile analyst, there's no sense in going after that. So right now, the only thing he's got is Hattiesburg. And you know what? Right now is about the calmest I have seen everything. Right now is the least turbulent I have seen everything so far since we started out. We started out this morning, it was, good Lord. It was, I can't believe what's about to happen. I got a splinter from somewhere. Tell you what, we got a minute or two, so we'll keep watching, traveling along with everybody. The warnings that we presently have. When did that happen? Well, I'll tell you when it happened. When I wasn't looking is when it happened. And here's what I'm talking about. This is an observed tornado down in St. Tammany. Is that St. Tammany? Observed, yeah, in St. Tammany Parish. This is observed. So at 2:58, a confirmed tornado was located near Abita Springs, Covington, moving northeast at 50. So we do have an observed tornado, and look at it. It's wild looking. Right there. It's near Peg Keller Road. Watch out for that. Peg Keller. And we'll go backwards here just a little bit to show you what it looked like a little bit earlier. Let's see. So that is Brett, who is calling me right now. What you got, B?
Hey, David. Clark County, Mississippi. No equipment. I'm going to have some video coming up on the CDN platform for you in a minute. Significant deforestation. I'm following the sheriff here. He's saying that there's a road here that has significant structural damage. I think it was 650 here in Clark County, 650 maybe. We're headed that way now. I know our stream's been up and down. We're in an area of very low signal, but I'm going to get some video up from the drone. Well, possible point from the drone as it was crossing north of Shibuda and moved into this area. So I'll have that to you soon, and I'll also have this damage, but we're going to these structures because there may be some people trapped. We're unsure of that situation at the moment.
Well, good deal, man. Thanks. This is the way to do it, by the way, is to call me like this. You're on right now. I don't know if I even told you, but
Okay.
I just stuck the thing up here, so don't say anything bad about Heath or anything.
No.
About Heath.
All is good, but I just want to give you that information back with you as I get to this scene.
All right. I appreciate it, B. Thanks a lot. Y'all stay safe, okay? We're watching you here on the feed. All right. That was Brett Adair. You all recognized him? You know him? It was Brett. It's good to have him on the show. Heath drives all right. I just try to mess with him. Heath doesn't like to talk or say anything. You can't text Heath while he's driving. The dude is focused. Well, that's good to know. And while I was talking to him, the observed tornado went away. Doesn't look like it's being observed anymore. Well, right there it really was, and then it fizzled. There's still evidence of something there, and they just reissued. Boy, look what they did. They just reissued this thing into a huge polygon. They're like, screw it. We're just going to put the big polygon out here so we don't have to mess with it anytime soon. Observed tornado. St. Tammany Parish, Hancock, and Pearl River counties. Now, it's Hancock and Pearl River County there in the Mississippi that we're talking about. But 10 miles to the west of Picayune, moving to the northeast at about 45. Tornado-producing storm located near Bush. And that is moving on to the east. So pretty much what we were thinking was going to happen there. If you move a little bit further down to the south, this thing looks pretty wicked now. And it even did before, but it's not a followable thing. Way out there in the sticks, if you will, near Hollis Creek. So, Brad's kind of moving away. I don't know, Brad. See, this is where it's a tough decision. Do I follow or do I wait for what's coming in from the south? It gets very difficult when you're out there doing this kind of thing. If I were Brad, I wouldn't be following. It's always so much harder to catch something than it is to allow something else to come to you. I don't care if it's moving at 45 miles an hour. You can't catch it. I don't care if you think you can drive 90. You still can't catch it because there's not a single road in the state of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama that is straight enough to catch something like that. So it's really a very difficult thing in order to do it. So it's not that big of a deal, but overall. And then other than that, what have we got? I keep having to turn the radar off for a little bit to find other stuff. And I'm even going to turn the spotters off. The only thing I wanted to see was Brett. Turn all these spotters off here. His cyclone port. Brett has a cyclone port that'll show up just like everybody else here with their pictures on it, although we got to get those bigger because I can't see them. But so the warnings that we have, they're much easier to see this way, aren't they? And we've got them from just south of Bogalusa. We got the one down here, the one in Waynesboro, and the two that are into southwestern Alabama at the moment that we're also following. There are two that we're looking at, and those are going to be a continuation as we go into the rest of the evening. That'll need to be followed here across all of the rest of this this area here. So definitely we'll be doing that. And a lot of that goes pretty far back to the west and southwest, too. So, watching all of that here at the moment. All right, let me throw the radar back on there. Mobile, well, LIX is going to be our first choice here, but Mobile's going to be in play for that Waynesboro thing, I think, and it is. That's kind of ominous looking right there. Brad looks like he's going to be Bennett and try to get in it. South of Whitfield. And the rest of everything that we got down here is further down to the south. We still have all that activity down here as well that we're watching. We got the big storms even further down to the south. Let's see if we got Vince back. Vince was off the hook there a little while ago. He had great video coming in, and now I don't see him anymore. Not really sure why. We'll look into that in just a few moments. Let me get you back over here. Sometimes it takes a minute or two for it to actually link up. Tornado warning in Bellamy, Alabama, and Ward, Alabama. That's a continuation of both of those, by the way. Mm-mm.
Don't do that.
Not yet. I guess I could. Well. It's very, very tough when you get out here in this neck of the woods. I don't know. I suppose he may have quit. I suppose. I think we still have Brad's cameras kicking here at the moment. Ooh, just nasty. Horrible, horrible day. Now, Brad is still, like we thought, he's still down there in Runnelstown. He's coming up 29, County Road 29 in Runnelstown. And so here's where he is on the right-hand side in Runnelstown, and there's his video down at the bottom left-hand side. No real reason to think that is a tornado at this point. I think he thinks he's going to... I don't know what he thinks. I think got it weighted there, Brad. Where are you going? Maybe he knows about some damage or something up there. I don't know what he's doing. Estelle in Louisiana got a brand new tornado warning down here. This crosses over Jean Lafitte there on the south side. Let's take a look at it. Brand new tornado warning just issued moments ago, seconds ago. You heard it come in when it came in from the National Weather Service there out of Nolens, Louisiana. Check it out. Brand new tornado warning right here. Why? Because of this. You got to spin a rotation that's ongoing down here just to the south of everything. That's just to the east of Lockport. But what we're talking about here is looking into the western side, if you will, of this storm here. National Weather Service out of New Orleans says this is a tornado warning in effect for southeastern St. Charles Parish, north central Lafourche Parish, northwestern Jefferson Parish, all underneath a tornado warning. Located near Lockport or near LaRose, moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So northeast at 40. You know what that tells us? Well, we can draw a storm track. If it's moving at 40 miles per hour in this direction, 40, we'll put that in, and now it's going to give us a track here and tell us about some of these times. Boy, I looked at that and I thought, I can pronounce some of these, and I normally know my my communities in Louisiana because my college roommates were from there. Estelle, I know that one's 32 minutes from there. Avondale, 31 minutes from there. Shadir, we had somebody from French. Don't we still have somebody? Where's the French guy? There was a Frenchman, Grand Mateo. Grand Mateo, are you still here? He's new to the channel from France. Grand Mateo, are you from here? I mean, can you help me out with some of these names, pronunciations? Grand Mateo? Grand Mateo. Might be gone now. I didn't mention him soon enough, but man, you'd have been great help. Tabashir, Purdue? Camardel? Well, I blew all of those. I probably offended about 15 people. I always hated it when the weather guy mispronounced my town. I especially hated it when he was cocky and confident that he knew how to say it. I am not cocky nor confident that I know how to say your town here in Louisiana. Both my roommates were from Louisiana in college. One was truly Cajun, and let me don't tell you, he was Cajun. He would say, hey, Daddy, let's go down there and get in the P-roll. We're going to go out and get some scrimps. We'll bring them back here. Going to fry those up. Put the P-roll away. We'll probably play some basketball as we come on back in. But I'm going to cook those scrimps for you later on tonight. Woo! Let me don't tell you. That was my college roommate. He put scrimps in my, he put them in everything, but he put them in my pancakes the next morning, which turned me off of both of those things for a while. God. I don't like scrimps in my pancakes. Ugh. All right, let me get rid of this thing. Yeah, that's a serious deal there. It looks like it's a small storm at the moment. Over Lake Pontchartrain, near the causeway, got some stuff going on right there. This is the Wrigley's where the water runs through at Pike Fort. The Wrigley's, which brings the water back out into the Gulf of Mexico over the Chandeliers. And we go back over to Bay St. Louis. We still have some stuff going on there, too. Inbound and outbound winds here near Picayune, but not tightly packed. This is an outflow, and I mean, it is blowing. This right here, there's going to be some super strong wind there in that band as it moves on to the east. That's up I-59 toward Hattiesburg. Get a little brief respite here in Hattiesburg. And again, we got Brad Arnold. We got 70, he's got 70 degrees there. East of Hattiesburg. And then, what else have we got? DGX, we'll go to the radar out of Jackson, Mississippi once again and take a look at what's happening here. A little bit of spin right there near Wesson, but I don't think anything to the west is going to spin that much anymore. I think everything as far as the instability, the actual shearing that we had is still going to be far to the east here in this area. And nothing looks like, horrible at this moment. I don't see anything that I go, oh my gosh, that's got to be eating up the area. That's near Aliceville to Pickens County, Livingston, Southard. That's Greene County where Utah is. And you get back over here near Meridian. You see the little the tornado reports that are here. This is Hickory, Mississippi. This would have been at 12:30. Trees uprooted there in Hickory, Mississippi along Edwards Road. I've seen quite a bit of that. I haven't seen a whole lot of heavy structural damage east of Quitman. This is what Brett was talking about a few moments ago near Manassas in Clark County. The public saying, he mentioned Clark County. Structure's completely gone. So I believe Brett is kind of on his way over there to see what that might look like. Maybe we can get some video from him at about the same time and sort of wrap that up there too. The 2 tornado warnings that we have, again, are well over here into the state of Alabama. They are right along 80, US 80, that goes over to Demopolis from just outside of Meridian. So we got the 2 tornado warnings there that remain in effect, and a third one down to the south. And is that it? 4 tornado warnings at the present, and none observed. So the radar indicated, which isn't the greatest, but it's better than having 4 observed tornadoes. I can't tell you that. 4 observed tornadoes that are on the ground. So pretty much is what it is. So we got a minute. Let's go and take a look at our model if we can. Let's go to the model and take a look at what's going on with it. And we'll just use the HUR again because of its expedience. How far out is it? It's not out at all. The 20Z is not. So let's take the 19Z. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to take the 18Z. Let's take the 18Z because it'll give us a little bit more information. The 18Z, which says that it initialized at 1 p.m., we know that's not true, but that's not where we are right now. We're up to the... Stop. We're up to 6 p.m. I know you can't hardly see that because... See the 6 right there on the left-hand side of the video, Brad's video? I don't want to get rid of Brad's video. So, well, hold on. But I want you to be able to see it too, so just hold on. We'll do that. It's going to stunt Brad's video a little bit, but... At least you can see the clock now. See, it's 6 p.m. I had to work on this for just a sec because that didn't look good at all. Oh, so that is going to work for me. This is the first time I've wanted to do something and it actually worked exactly the way I wanted it to. That ever happened to you? All right, I'm actually going to do it this way to show you the valid times. This is when the model is valid right there. Wednesday at 6 p.m. is when the model is valid. So what it would be telling us is that those dew points, the dew points that we were talking about, they'll continue to slide eastward. Now, one of the things the model did not have yesterday was the isotherm, the 70-degree isotherm, being so far to the east and to the north. These are 60s. These isotherms up in here are 60-degree isotherms. Right in through here. That's the 60-degree point, and then these are the 70-degree isotherms right here. Now, they're dew points, but this is 70 plus, this is 60 plus. These are mid-70s down in here, coming northward, so you have to deal with that along the Gulf Coast. But, yeah, so those are the dew points, and then we put... the reflectivity, what the radar might look like at each of these times. And so here we go. We'll move the radar along. This is it at the 5 o'clock hour. So like in an hour, this is 4 o'clock. We'll just say 4 o'clock. And does that match up well with our current radar? That's the question. And it does. So it's believable. So we move that along, and what does it mean? Well, it means the rain gets heavier into Birmingham through 5 p.m., gets heavier in northeast Alabama. You folks who are watching up here in North Alabama, DeKalb and Jackson County, it just keeps raining up here. I mean, the rain's still going to be heavy at times up in here. Down to the south there. Now, the things that I do see is there's still some individualism, if you will, right here. These are individual supercell thunderstorms south of 85. This is I-85 and 65. This is 65. And these are curlicue thunderstorms that could be tornadoes because they're wrapped up like kidney beans. This is the same area here where we believe that we've got wind coming. Well, we know it. We got wind coming in from the south, but the upper level winds will be blowing like this, which creates total spin right there and shear. So our risk is going to be over here a little bit by 5 p.m. in the southern sections of Alabama. It'll be over there just a little bit further. We move further down the line. We'll go up to about 8 o'clock. And now those have settled in a little bit more. Dothan, you know, these are still severe weather areas right in here. Now, what's going to be going on in our line? I don't know if, right now within that line back to the west, we have no tornado warnings. It's just a linear thing. It's dumping a lot of heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning from time to time. You can also see down to the south here, there's quite a few storms that are offshore that are projected to come onshore. See these little nuggets right in here? Nugget, nugget, nugget. These are little bitty nuggets here. These are projected to come onshore. And as they do so, they might be producing tornadoes. Got a deal coming into Destin there. I'm supposed to be in Destin this week. Got a deal coming in there where there's probably going to be some water spouts that'll be moving in, I would think. Might need to check those out. So where does it go from here? Well, we keep moving along. We go into 11 p.m. tonight, and we'll zip on along and get up to the 6 a.m. time tomorrow morning. Clears out, dries out back to the west. Looking much better here. Now the threat, it looks like, is going to be all the way up the Atlantic seaboard into the mid-Atlantic. Right in through here will be the threat for the day tomorrow. Everything that will be showing up there has the threat, the possibility of spinning during the day tomorrow. And actually, as we go through the rest of the day tomorrow, we'll start to see the daytime heating really kicking that stuff off. Let's see, does it go back into the Gulf? See, here's going to be your other problem, is that all this stuff that's out over the open water, these are water, see this right here? These are water spouts. So the radar believes that these are going to be coming on shore as water spouts during the day. And so that's not good. There and there. Sometimes those can make, I remember several times, I remember a Tampa storm that was water spout that became a decent sized tornado at one point. All right, so there we are with the composite radar, and the temperatures, as you can see, will be much, much cooler across this region. Where are we with our tornado warnings? Right now, we still have a tornado warning for 11 more minutes over to Alabama. This is going to be near Kennerbush, and that's moving through York. It's moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. This is a south central Sumter County tornado warning. Back to the west of there, we still have this one into Waynesboro, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. A couple of thunderstorms there of note that we're looking at. And then what we have down to the south here into southeastern Forest County, that is a tornado warning once again there. Radar indicated, all three of these are. Radar indicated, and the one we have just south of New Orleans, Louisiana, is still a tornado warning. 10 more minutes on this thing. Moving northeast at 40. Bayou Gauche. This is just moving in. Bayou Gauche and LaRose is moving northward and eastward. This would be in downtown New Orleans here very shortly. Probably in like 30 minutes or so. You know what I've got or I had? Oh, don't go to that. It's Bourbon Street. Oh, that's not. How do I do this? Do-do-do. Tornado warning, Brooklyn, Mississippi. That is still a tornado warning at the moment. Nolens. This is Bourbon Street, Nolens, Louisiana, where we've got people who are out and about. Some of them, some people. This is Bourbon Street. This is about as little as you'll find at Bourbon Street. There you go. 75 degrees, though, and I showed you that just because 75 is a little chilly. I mean, a little warm still there. What happened to that? Why would that even... I did. Everything just went out? Well, that camera's broken. They should tell you that before you get suckered in. So 6 a.m. and beyond. So we were doing a little bit of analysis stuff here back and forth. And again, while we're kind of in waiting, we don't have anything being reported. Yeah, we do. This thing's observed. Sorry. So they just put an observed tag on this in Brooklyn. Let's go to the radar here. Single site radar. Go here and take a look. And we'll use the radar, I think, out of LIX. LIX. And the velocity data that goes along with that. This is an observed tornado. I don't know who observed it, so it's going to be one of these two people. That is a tough call. I mean, I see the rotation here, but there's a big gap in between inbound and outbound. Let's see what it says. Radar confirmed. So they're going to use the okay. So they're going to use the correlation coefficient actually to call this. Wow, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not positive about that. B's on it. I can tell you that. Our boy B is all over that. Right there. And that is his picture from above. So, I feel good about it. Why did I lose my radar? Now we're back. This is a pretty wicked little storm still down here to the south too. This one that's hanging out down near Lake Salvador. It's got a pretty tight little area there. Catauchi? Catauchi? See, that's where we believe. I don't know how I got to a lime-colored deal. How about we go red there? So there's your tornado involved with that. Does it have any kind of a correlation? No. Has lightning. See those lightning strikes? So we got lightning there. Checking in from Clay County, Alabama. Dar, what's up? We're on the south side of the mountain between Ashland, Goodwater, and the Talladega area. Just a bit chilly here. Yeah. Yeah, you would be. A little chilly. In fact, let's see. Do we have like a METAR site over there that we can check out temperature-wise? Let's see, dude. Did I not turn the METARs on? Is that what I did wrong? No, it's on. Temperature's on. METARs are on. And yet I don't see them. Do you know why, Dave? Got to turn the Birmingham stuff on. Sometimes I probably shouldn't be allowed out of the house. Yeah, it's cool. It's like 57 over there in Pell City at the moment. And Talladega down there, we got some temps that are probably still in the 50s there too. 54 in Oxford. And 58 in Sylacauga. So here's your deal. And we didn't really talk about this much today. But let's do this. Let's talk about this. We'll go to the Atlanta radar. Can I actually go to MRX and still get data? Yeah. Yeah. So this will help me out here a little bit. Let's talk about this. And some of you may have seen this before, talked about this before, or understand it already. And I apologize if it's something you've already heard me talk about. Gosh, I wish there could just be a clear all to get rid of everything that I got on there. Now, there's something very distinctive right now in the map that you see. And one is that I got a bunch of crap up there. So let me get rid of the crap. Like that. Did I? I think Brad's video is still going to come back through. Yeah. Let me get rid of Brad's video for a sec. Maybe that was it. All right, let's try this. So here's the here's a map, and this is from temperatures, actual temperatures. Let me see what the dew points actually look like. Two ways of going about this, and we'll just use the temperatures because it's a really cool setup here, and I hope you learned some from this. Yeah, you wait until you see what happens in the next 14 days or so. But anyway, watch this. So what you're looking at right now is what I used to on television when I was on TV. I would call it where the big wedgie is coming. Because I used to get bullied when I was in school, and one of the things they do is give me a wedgie. So here's high pressure. We got high pressure off to the north. And we still have our low pressure down to the south. But here's what's happening. Winds flow in which direction? Well, they flow clockwise around high pressure. What's over in here is the Great Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. So the Great Smoky Mountains are causing a problem here. They're up there at about 6,000 feet, and they end up being a barrier or a wall that prevents these winds over here that are coming in around the high pressure. Cold air is dense, so it's heavier, and it lies pretty close to the ground, down to the ground. As a result, it doesn't go over the top of the mountains. It's up against that as a wall. So even if the wind came over here, it couldn't go over the top of the mountain there. So with a high pressure sitting there, highs off to the north, and so the high pressure would push air southward like this, and you can see the nose of it. See, it doesn't go over Tennessee. There's your wall. The nose of the cool air even gets over here into East Alabama a little bit, and the cool air goes down like this. And this is all cool air as far as the temperatures go because of the high pressure draining. It's called cold air drainage or cold air damming. Sometimes you see it abbreviated as CAD. And if you put the dew points on there, it's one of the big reasons we are not expecting severe weather into East Alabama today. Oftentimes, you got low pressure sitting back to the west. Then you're going to have high pressure not too far away to the east. And in this case, so our low pressure during the day today has been working its way up the line. We have a low pressure here that goes up the line and then along the front down to the south like this. And so the dew points, at least, look how low they are here, and that's because of the cold air damming. The cooler, drier conditions are right in here. And so, as we move further and further to the east, less likely to see severe weather over here. This is where those dew points are going to be into the 50s and even 40s right here on the line. We got dew points into the 40-degree range. Over in Atlanta, it's like the low 40s, 30s even from time to time. Look at these 30s, these 36s into South Carolina. Meanwhile, you get a front bringing in the air from the south, and that's going to lead to having some much warmer conditions in all of these regions. Actually, you'll find dew points near 60 degrees all the way up to Memphis. Now, that wasn't to be thought a couple of days ago. We didn't think we were going to have dew points that could reach the 60s that far to the north, but it has actually materialized during the day today. So the wedge, you've been wedged today if you live across Georgia or eastern Alabama, as you have, Dar. So that's the case for you today. If you see anybody today, if you go to the Walmart or whatever, you can just look at them and say, I've got a wedgie, and so do you. And if you don't get in trouble, you also, Dar, would be spreading the word. You would be teaching what I'm teaching, and we just go on down the line, and then you could say you learned something, but you pass that knowledge along for free today to somebody else just by letting them know that there was a wedgie. Josh, would you chill? Or you either need to come here and take my place? Because we were in a learning mode there. Coming into New Orleans, we got the New Orleans camera. Let's look at it here real quick to show you. It's dumping. It's like bucket loads of precipitation coming down on Bourbon Street at the moment. Please don't run a commercial. People are trying to get out and about, still there on Bourbon Street, but it is a mess. It is an unbelievable mess. I don't think I have a camera that's going outward, but it still nonetheless is pretty much what you see is what you get there with all that heavy precipitation coming down in and around across the area there too. Go back to the radar here actually and look at the radar site, which shows us from LIX. What we're looking at is a strong storm. Now we got 76 degrees there at the moment. These are actual temperatures. I don't think these are dew point conditions. But the other thing I do want to show you is if you look at the METAR data, let's talk about the low-level winds here that we're looking at. Wind direction, that's going to be a southerly flow. These areas are going to come in from the south and move northward, and that is the reason for all that moisture coming up in and across the area. We know we had that strong situation there of inbound and outbound. It's still there just to the west of Estelle. Coming across... it looks like, I don't know what that's going to be. I can't really read it, small print, but that's going to be coming in along 90 here pretty soon. Business 90, and just to the south of Avondale. So strong indications of a possible tornado coming in from the south-hand side there and working its way northward. There is a debris signature there as well. It's a little bit larger than the one we had a couple of scans ago, actually. Go back to that. Stop that. Still saying radar indicated here. But let's go back a scan or two. Just to the north of Jean Lafitte, along 3134. And right there, the thing touched down, it looks like. And is now not too far away from Gretna, the Lower Garden District there overall. Algiers is just off to the north of this thing, coming on the south side of town. I may have another camera there that we'll look at here in just a couple of seconds. But the velocity data, everything else that goes along with it, let's go down to 21 frames, put it into motion to show you. It's a pretty wicked sort of a deal here at the moment. I'm going to go through this again because my iPad had sort of freaked out. I got a couple of problems here when it comes to this. There's your actual tornado coming in across Lake Catauchi, I don't know. It's almost like Catalucci. Again, it's such small print. And then the debris signature that was with it here just began to show up like a scan or two ago. Right there. So there is some debris aloft coming across Ames Boulevard, it looks like. Lapalco Boulevard, or right there along Business 90 into the Marrero region. Jean Lafitte's down to the south, Estelle, and the rest of that area. But right now they got tornado warnings. I'm a little surprised they don't have observed written on the tag there at all. That's going to be into New Orleans, or Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, St. Charles, St. Bernard Parish. Yeah, I think they just did call this a... Oh, no, they didn't. And for the record, there are 464,000, almost 500,000 people are within this polygon. It's got to be the highest we've had so far during the day today, the highest population center that we have had. Chalmette's over here to the east, Algiers, Lakeview. We'd be coming across Lake Pontchartrain there on the south side if you continued this motion. And there's really no reason why you wouldn't. So a lot to follow there in that that whole situation there as we move along. Check out New Orleans here. Check out Bourbon Street. It's just wave after wave of precipitation. It's super heavy rainfall. Can't really come down any harder. And I'm sure everybody is very concerned about what's happening here as it does so. Check that out. Big time. Got a little bit of a hook echo down to the south. This is like a tropical hurricane, sort of a rain, it looks like. Rain coming down there. Back to the radar here for just a moment. Take a look at that. We'll take a look at the velocity data there. And again, your tornado coming across the area from the southwestern side. So they just updated the polygon. They got rid of the old and put the new in here. So 39 more minutes. Near Marrero and West Wego. Southwestern Orleans, North Central Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard Parish. You're underneath a tornado warning here at the moment because of this thing coming in from the south and moving on further to the north. Hold on one sec. So that's going to be West Wego. Gretna, probably. Wow. I know, I'm sorry. I'm looking at some of the video or some of the pictures coming in here, not necessarily video. And it's a mess. Some of the DOT cameras, which are such terrible resolution, it wouldn't help me to throw them on here, but if you happen to know of a camera that would be better off, 9 out of 10 of them say no feed, but it's nasty. There again is the camera. Down on Bourbon Street. You don't see a whole lot of frolicking going on down there at the moment. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be frolicking. With a possible tornado right there coming into the city on the eastern side. There is some form of debris there, I would think. This is going to be just on the south side of Algiers Point. That's the Mississippi River down there, snaking through to south of New Orleans. You're getting into the lower Ninth Ward there, by the way. After the hurricane, I went down to report the next day after Katrina, went to the Superdome, and when I left there, I brought two women home with me who had lost their homes. Down there, one who had to be rescued at the lower Ninth Ward from atop her apartment building and lived with me for about a year. and now lives in Salmon, Idaho. She wouldn't be far, far away from anything that could be remotely considered to be a natural disaster area. She didn't only get 230 inches of snow up there, though, and had never seen snowfall in her life. But nonetheless, so that's what that is. That is a tornado warning there for that area right now. We've got that. New Orleans, they just issued a new, they're afraid to say observed. I can't believe if it's, now they say observed. They just wrote one that says observed. So there'll be an update to this coming up in just a second. And it will say observed. That just took a little while. Now this is a big deal. This is a huge deal because of the population center here. There's a massive amount of people who live here. I think we're looking at around 300,000 people within this box, within this polygon. Around 300,000 people. And now it has an observed tag with it. Let me see what they say. Confirmed tornado was near Gretna, near Harvey, moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. That's not going to be far from Bourbon Street here in just a few moments, folks. And we do have that camera, the Bourbon Street camera, right here. I'm going to start recording on this as well. Look at that wind whipping through there. So there's a tornado warning. And, woo! Near Bourbon Street. Not too far away from Bourbon Street. Let's see. Let's just find it here on the radar. If you get off, how many times have I been here? I mean, this is not far. This is like a mile away from Bourbon Street. Look at the water pouring off the building. Huge. I mean, I don't know how much has fallen. Remember it was 77 too, and it's now down to 70 degrees. That is crazy. And let me just show you where this is. So that camera's over here in the French Quarter on that's Bienville Canal. So the next one over is Bourbon. So I think that camera is going to be like right in here. The camera that we're looking at and the possible tornado over here. Let me see if I just add some correlation to it. Yeah, it's kind of broken up. But that's the camera. The Bourbon Street camera. Now watch what's going to happen. It's going to quit raining here really fast because the sun may come out for a second or two. But it came down there in a bucket load for a moment. Here's Chalmette on the other side. I used to spend the third week of October in Chalmette fishing every year for about 10 years. Used to go down there and fish. Beautiful, beautiful area here. You get into the lock system that goes out of Lake Bourne. Go down through Belle Chase into the area just south of Jean Lafitte, and it's a pretty active area. And again, you can see, is the sun about to pop out for a minute or two? I mean, look at the water coming in on the right side of the screen. There's some lightning. It's almost some pretty quick flash flooding that looked like it was going to take place. And a likely tornado that dropped down there for a moment or two. And still probably is, but a little bit further off to the north here. The correlation coefficient is kind of messy. Now cars are traveling. They were not traveling a few minutes ago. Did you notice that? Everybody had sort of stopped. And I'm guessing, I don't know if they have sirens in the downtown area, but I'm guessing everybody took the hint. And whether or not this is, let's see, I'm going to go back here a little bit. right there when it hit something, it was pretty easy to see. Not so much anymore, but has an observed tag there. Radar confirmed, observed tag, damaging tornado. That'll be interesting now to see, how much damage was done. You've actually got people walking around again there off of Bourbon Street. She's got the right shoes on for that. And it stopped everything for a few minutes. And I don't know if you can see all the water on the right-hand side of the screen there, but it's piled up on the roadway. Canal Street's just over here, on another street over. This is Bourbon, and there's Canal. And so what you were basically looking at was the Algiers area. Now, is it still... It's broken up a little bit. It's not as tight of a inbound-outbound mark as it was when it came into town, so it is breaking down just a little bit coming into the south side of New Orleans like it is. And that's kind of it. Still got a little bit of spin here north. You got several areas of spin here north of Bay St. Louis. As you can see, not exactly being called tornadoes at the moment. Right there, right here, then right there again. You still have sort of the same thing ongoing there too. LIX is your radar. And we don't have any more tornado warnings. Other than that one. We have one tornado warning, folks. It's an observed tornado in the St. Bernard and Orleans Parish. How awesome is that? Love it, love it, love it. Still got a little dangle down there in the Chalmette, just north of Chalmette, it looks like. In the lower 9th Ward, but it is nowhere near what it was when it came in from the south a little bit earlier. And now everything back to the west, check this out. I mean, we'll just go to LIX here so we can get a little bit a better perspective of the METARs. And this is your front, so it's going to start to dry out everywhere. See, this is the actual front, wind shifted and everything. See, the winds are coming in like this, behind the line. That's a westerly wind. Here's your southerly wind, so we're still out ahead of the whole thing there. I'm going to go back over here a little bit. We'll look at MXX, at the radar at MXX, over there in eastern Alabama. Is there anything spinning? Let's do the Mobile radar first of all. Anything spinning? Little. Tiny right there. Nothing huge. Tiny. Not a big deal. Structurally, I doubt they're just going to be structurally doing well. I wouldn't think. KBMX, sort of the same. I don't see anything there. All right, so the other thing I wanted to do, and then we're going to return you to your regularly scheduled program. I want to do this really quickly because in the South, it is a big deal. And that is, we'll take a look at... I'm going to get rid of the storm reports. Let me get rid of those momentarily. There we go. Clean slate. Here's the model. And I chose the one from late last night. 012Z is really all I would take. I'll take the 12Z. We'll look at it. I doubt it's changed all that much. But let's look at temperatures because something big is about to happen. And, well, I'll tell you what. I think I can actually show you in several different ways, but the one I wanted to show you, let me do this. I think I can go about it. Might have to pull it off my Facebook page. Now, I don't think you're going to be able to hear any audio with this. I don't think.
Normal.
You might can.
All indications are that climatology says we'll be below normal for the eastern half of the nation, and by the 8 to 14 day temperature outlook, some 30 degrees below normal. And these are actual temperatures forecast for early on Christmas morning. Purple is single digits, and then we'll look at some 12 to 14 degrees for morning lows on Christmas morning. That's a Sunday, all across the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. So the end of the warm temperatures, they're coming. Things will change pretty rapidly, as they always do. Some 30 to 35 degrees below the norm for the state of Alabama as we move through the period. Big changes coming up. We always pay for those, it seems like. It'll level out, and we'll go back to being warmer than normal by the first of the year. All right, that's it for now. Hopefully we get rid of the severe weather as well coming up, and we'll talk more in the days to come.
So, this is going to be a close call. That's my chicken.
For the holiday coming up on. All right, I'm going to take a deep breath here, and thank you for playing along. It does look like it gets much colder coming up for the holiday, coming up on Christmas. A couple of days before, a couple of days after. There's a couple of close calls that actually show up in the stream. Now, we all know we don't get snow that comes out of the north. If we do, it's a teeny tiny amount. But one of the scenarios called for this big belt to come through. This was 2 days ago, where it had like a 6 to 7 inch belt that moved through, I don't know, north of 278, up near Monsanto, up in the Tennessee Valley. Close call number 2 comes in, and this one comes in down at the Gulf of Mexico. There's actually snow falling offshore at some of the oil rigs first before it would snow anywhere else. So that's not going to happen. 93 was the only time that happened, and that was a once in a 100-year sort of a deal. So don't count on that, although it did have measurable snowfall, again, out in the Gulf, out in the water. And then a strip that went all the way up across South Alabama. Snow in Panama City, but not in Birmingham. What? Anyway, it's kind of fun. All the models are kind of hitting at something, so I think there's a close call. I think something sort of happens that makes it go, hey, a couple other things, and we could have had snowfall. But I just don't think it's much. Anyway, thanks for playing.
All right, I wanted to show you that because it was easier than the way I was going to go about it. There's a big-time change that's about to occur in the overall pattern that's going to bring some super cold air across the rest of the country. I mean, all the way across the eastern half of the country, the temperatures are going to get so much cooler as we move through time. We're going to see the actual temperatures that will fall off some 30 to 40 degrees below normal readings, where you should be, I mean, probably in places across the deep south, the temperatures will not get above freezing for several days there in a row right around Christmas. So kind of watching this Arctic plunge, if you will. It all kind of originates there. Tries to take a little shot at the rest of the country here. Let me see if I can find it in another way and I can show it to you again here before I drop out of this feed. And you can see it coming in from east of Alaska. If I put it on the map here and show it to you, you can sort of see it coming in here. Let me do that. And all this area up in here, these are the negative numbers that are showing up, but the numbers that are certainly going to be some of the coldest to come down from the Arctic region in quite some time. And then watch what happens. I put this into motion, and you can see as we move along through the period, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, up to the 22nd. See how it starts to come into the northern United States, the 22nd, and watch the plunge. I mean, goes way down into the southern United States. Now you got some sub-freezing temperatures for daytime highs. I see Christmas Day is right there, and these temperatures are going to be right in and along. Look, these are teens. These are across North Alabama during the middle of the day. 20s during the middle of the day. All the way down to the Gulf Coast, right near freezing, actually. In the middle of the day on Christmas Day. So I wanted to pass it along to you. There's going to be a huge swing in you know, what has been very autumn-like temperatures, really, not the deep dead of winter here. So, yeah, Floridians will be cold. I was going to be going in that general direction, but I'm not anymore. I appreciate you being with me today, bearing with me again. Not exactly fine-tuned everything. This is going to be all about video and pictures here when we, sort of get a little bit deeper into our technology that we're going to do. And I'm literally by myself trying to absorb all of this. Sorry, I can't get to all of the questions. I just do my thing and show you what I got and what I see. And everybody's been very kind today to stay with me for this. So I appreciate it so much. I hope you're all doing well in your own right. We talked about this earlier. It seems like there's a lot of tragedy going on into the United States over the past few weeks. We have celebrity deaths that kind of have at least awakened many, I think, to the fact that you shouldn't let any of your relationships go without an attempt to say you're sorry. I'm going to do that again tonight. Myself, because it's really sad at what has been happening here and there, and about people who, mental health is a real thing. If you go highs and lows, and I always have. If you're semi-creative, sometimes that happens to you. It's not a requirement, but everybody can go through some highs and lows. But have somebody to lean on, somebody who will let you lean on them. Everybody's not going to do that. Some people will run. Some people aren't going to. They'll tell you they're going to hang by you, but when it gets really tough, most of the time they'll run. Most of the time it's to their second or third home or overseas or wherever they can get away from. But make up with some of those people, especially if it's a family member. You want to make up with a family member and just be grateful for everything you got and everybody that you got as we go into the rest of the holiday here. And I appreciate you, and thank you for being with me today. I've had about a gallon of tea, sweet tea, so I'll have to come down from that. My neighbor just sent me 2 words, quack, quack. I haven't been outside, but it's got to be ugly. So we're going to wrap it up for now. We'll get with Brett, get some more information. I'm sure he'll have that here on LSM, and he'll have some of those pictures for you and some of the video that he was talking about a little bit earlier as well. So as he goes right now, just going to wrap things up for a little bit, and thank goodness we're on a little bit of a downtrend now. It's not expected to be permanent. I think we have another go-around during the day tomorrow specifically, so we'll look at that and keep watching that also. Thank you all. Love you. And everybody be sweet.